the daily life of a secret agent in American TV series. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376, Holiday at Public Expenses. Tell me where the nuclear bomb is. The agent raised his gun and pointed it at the old man in front of him. 10 seconds, or you will die. Interesting, you have to think clearly. After my men and I hid the nuclear bomb, I killed all the insiders, which means that only I know where the dangerous thing is, so I bet you dare not shoot. The old man proudly drank the wine in his glass, looking extremely arrogant. Ron was too embarrassed to watch. He had seen people pretending to be cool, but he had never seen such a pretentious person. Know your position, bastard. This old man is not professional at all. Doesn't he know that villains die because of talking too much? Sure enough, the next second, as if to prove Ron's guess, the agent sneezed with a chew, and his hand shook, just pulling the trigger. Bang! There was a bloody hole on the old man's head, and he died in a very funny way. Great, really great. Ron clapped his hands and sneered. I guess this is the advanced lesson that the president wants us and the CIA to learn, right? Arthur, remember, all our agents must remember to have a physical examination before going out on field missions. Anyone with a physical problem is not allowed to go out on field missions, so as to avoid accidentally killing important targets with a sneeze like other organizations. Oh my god, there must be too much pollen there. He didn't make a mistake on purpose, I can guarantee it. The fat woman in command turned her chair and explained hurriedly, Fuan has always been allergic to pollen. I usually put anti-allergic medicine in his suit pocket. Maybe he forgot to take it today. This is all my fault. I heard him sneeze some time ago, and I thought it was a sign. I will be responsible for his death. Be careful. 3 people are coming in. Leave immediately through the back door. Go. The fat woman was halfway through her explanation when she suddenly noticed the small red dot on the radar and hurried back to her job. As she said, this is all an accident. We will strengthen the physical management of the agents in the future. The guide agent's face was livid. Why don't you come with me to the office to communicate? The guide made a gesture of invitation. Ron looked at his watch and felt that the time here was almost up. He smiled and shook his head and refused. No need. I think through today's visit, I have a general understanding of the capabilities of your organization. I believe we will have a lot of opportunities for cooperation in the future. The guide's face had just improved, but he was immediately angry at Ron's next words and almost vomited blood on the spot. For example, occasionally come to or love to clean up, or deliver takeout or something. By the way, especially teach us the experience of getting along with rats. I think you should be very good at this. Rats? Where did the rats come from? It's right there. Ron pointed to the side elegantly. A woman in the command center had a rat crawling on her head at some point. She screamed immediately after Ron's reminder. The other women around hurriedly took all the weapons they could find, such as files or keyboards, and smashed the rat on the woman's head. For a while, there was chaos. Ron didn't know whether the rat hid him or not, but when he walked out of the office, the woman whose head was crawled by the rat was almost dead. After walking out of the CIA office building, even Arthur, who always had a deadpan face, laughed wildly. Boss, are you sure this is the branch command building of the CIA? I think they are funnier than the comedy of Key and Peele. Thank you, boss. If it weren't for you, I would have to pay for cable TV to see these. I would definitely tell Hank how much he lost by not attending this exchange event. However, compared to Arthur's laughter, Ron was not in such a good mood, because just after he left the house, he received a message that made him very upset. That is, they also have to handle the case that they just saw the CIA in charge of. Okay, as long as you are happy, I have something happier to tell you. What? Did you really buy a ticket to Key and Peele's live show, and can you take me to watch it? Arthur looked at Ron in disbelief. At this moment, it seemed as if there was holy light on him, which deeply attracted Arthur. No, it's the trouble just now. Now you take over. Ron forwarded the information of the mission brief to Arthur. Here, this is all the information of this case. I wish you good luck, boss. This is unfair. Why do others have vacations, but I have to work overtime? And with those idiots in the CIA, they will kill me. Arthur complained loudly with dissatisfaction. Maybe this operation is not as bad as you think. Ron flipped through the mission brief, his eyes brighter and brighter. I've decided, I plan to go with you in this cooperative operation. Go together? Boss, are you sure you are not talking nonsense? Arthur asked doubtfully. Of course he had reason to doubt, because Ron has always been the last one to come to the office and the first one to leave every day. He is a model of fleecing capitalism. Now he is taking the initiative to work overtime with Arthur, which is even more impossible than Sheldon participating in the NBA draft and leading the Bobcats to win the championship with a perfect record. But Ron didn't think so. Do you want to guess where the next important target person in the CIA intelligence is? Arthur said unhappily. Where? I don't think he's in Hawaii, is he? Better than Hawaii. See this beauty. Ron happily showed Arthur the photo of the target person. Her name is Raina, and she is now planning to go to Paris to contact buyers who are interested in buying nuclear bombs. In other words, we can spend the CIA's funds and have a good vacation in Paris, and I guess you must have more than one buyer. In other words, if we are lucky, we can have a 10-day tour of Europe. How about it? Are you interested in joining us? Ron stretched out his hand to Arthur. Arthur responded with the same smirk. Of course, boss, I'd love to hear that. Just as the two of them were grinning and preparing to give the CIA a hard time, a figure hit Ron heavily. Ron almost reflexively hit the person's neck with his elbow, kicked his calf with his other foot, and then hooked his foot. The man fell to the ground. Ron quickly pulled out a gun from his waist and pointed it at the back of his smooth head. Bitch, who sent you? Hey. Man, don't shoot, it's one of us. The man quickly raised his hands above his head and slowly stood up. I'm also a CIA agent, Rick Ford, a CIA legend. Really? Turn around and let me see your work ID. Ron tapped his head with a gun, and the man slowly turned around. But when he turned around, Ron and Arthur both showed expressions of seeing a ghost. Wang Difa. What the hell is this? Chapter 377, Ford. No wonder they were so surprised, because the man who just bumped into Ron actually had a face that was almost exactly the same as Arthur's. Dykshaw, is that you? Arthur asked tentatively. Man, this game is not fun at all. As far as Arthur knew, the only person who looked almost exactly like him, so similar that it was hard to tell the real from the fake, was Dykshaw. He seriously suspected that this was a prank played by Brother Shaw on him. What are you talking about? What Dyke? I am me, a colleague of Rickford who seems to have more than 100 kinds of poisons and can still survive. I advise you to be polite to me, otherwise I will definitely use my hands that can tear tigers and leopards apart to tear you into pieces and feed them to my dog as a midnight snack, and then poop out like shit. Facing Ron's gun, the man was not only not afraid at all, but also threatened Ron with a very arrogant attitude. But Ron did not dare to take him lightly, even though he had just pushed him to the ground like a chicken. Because Ron deeply understood one thing, the person with this face must be a ruthless person. Even though when he just took over, he felt that his strength, speed, and reaction were weak like a rookie, but maybe he was just pretending? Just like in the game, there are always some masters who use small accounts to pretend to be newbies, and use the classic pig-killing routine to trick newbies into the game room and kill them. Ron would not fall for this. What's more, what did he just say? The legendary agent of the CIA? The CIA was an agency that competed head-on with the KGB during the Cold War. Although it has fallen into disrepair over the years, those who can get the title of legendary agent are definitely top agents. All this made Ron more cautious. Maybe this is the strongest character he has faced since his debut? But he just couldn't remember who Rickford is. You just said you were a CIA agent. Show us your ID and we'll let you go. Okay. Ron tightened the revolver in his hand, as if it was the only thing that could give him a little sense of security. This was one of the few times Ron felt nervous. He didn't want to embarrass himself at the door of the CIA, especially after he had just laughed at them. Look, this is my ID. Go to hell. Ford took the opportunity to take something out and suddenly wave his hand to shoot at Ron's pistol. His speed was as incredible as lightning. He instantly knocked Ron's gun away and kicked Ron in the most vulnerable part of his manhood. Ron fell to the ground in pain like a shrimp. At this time, the pistol that was shot away just fell in front of Ford, and he directly pushed the barrel into Ron's mouth. Of course, the above content was all from Ford's imagination, or the original plan. In fact, in Ron's eyes, this guy who looked like a master was punching with an extremely amateur and slow movement, trying to knock his pistol away. Oh my god. Even the scammers who teach women self-defense on TikTok would not use such a low-level action. Ron's training made him take a step forward almost reflexively, raising his fist with his elbow and lifting one knee. Then, the pirated Arthur just lay on the ground with his hands on his balls. Ron and Arthur looked at each other in shock. Ron didn't expect that this man with the Duoda's face would be so bad. Arthur felt very embarrassed to see a man with the same face as his lying on the ground with his hands on his balls and screaming, "You two bastards, get down quickly, there is a sniper on the opposite building." Rick rolled over in pain and covered himself with a clumsy excuse. Ron swiftly jumped behind a stone sculpture next to him and looked around. Sure enough, he found a reflective spot on the window on the second floor opposite. Looking more carefully, it should be the little girl's dressing mirror. Although it was not a sniper's scope, this guy actually noticed such a tiny light spot while colliding with himself. This is even more rare. In order to maintain his useless character, he was able to attack Ron and always insisted on getting into the role. Even if the key parts were attacked, he did not change his expression and did not use abilities beyond the character's own ability to attack the opponent. Well, it turns out that people with Duoda's face are all tough characters. Ron once again respected this legendary CIA agent. Of course, Arthur also noticed the small light spot. He finally put away the gun he had taken out after confirming that it was just a little girl putting on makeup by the window, and reached out to Ford. "Sorry, brother, we overreacted. I believe you must be a top agent of the CIA. Please forgive our recklessness. Forget it, I have an urgent mission now. I will let you go this time. I will come to settle accounts with you after I use the nuclear bomb to find it back." Ford found that the two guys in front of him were tough guys that he couldn't afford to offend. At that moment, he no longer had the thought of confronting them head-on, and ran into the CIA branch building cursing. Only two people who were full of respect for his professional level were left staring at his back for a long time. This is a real talent. It would be great if he was one of ours. Arthur couldn't help but imagine the scene of himself and Ford and Deckard Shaw carrying out a mission together. That must feel great. Of course, Ron thought so too. Not only was it great, but it was also very bright. Three bald guys were enough to illuminate any corner of the world. There will be a chance. Didn't you hear him just now? He is also one of the people who went to track down the whereabouts of the nuclear bomb. I think we will definitely meet again. At the same time, the CIA intelligence officers also followed the clues and sent the agent who had just accidentally killed the target person to find his daughter one step ahead of time. But this time there was a little accident in the mission. Agent Fane had just arrived at Raina's villa. The other party seemed to have known in advance and had been waiting at home. As soon as Agent Fane entered the house, he was pointed at with a pistol and raised his hands. "Put down your weapon, Fane." "What happened?" the fat woman asked anxiously in the communicator. "Let me guess, it must be the person in your ear who wants to know what happened." The woman put her delicate red lips close to Fane's ear. "He's going to die soon." The fat woman checked the room with a camera and immediately thought of a good idea to break the deadlock. "Listen, there is a row of knife racks on your right. If you bend down and rush over, you can subdue her with a knife." The agent slowly turned around, and the fat man finally saw the woman's face through the camera. This beautiful woman was the target of the agent's trip, Raina. "Let me guess, someone in your ear must have suggested that you use a knife to subdue me? But it's too late. Goodbye. CIA bastards." The woman blew a kiss and pulled the trigger. Bang! The camera from the agent's perspective fell to the ground. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378, Ron's Gradual Transformation. "Hey, Arthur, pay attention, we are keeping watch. What are you looking at?" In a street cafe in Paris, Ron patted Duoda's shoulder unhappily. They agreed to keep watch together, but he was the only one keeping watch, and Arthur was looking at his phone. "Please, who is the boss?" "Sorry, this guy is so funny. I have never seen an astronaut who was pranked so badly." Arthur shared the video on his phone with Ron, and the person on the phone was actually Ron's acquaintance. In the video, Howard had the words F loops on his head, and he happily gave a thumbs up to the camera. In addition to the words, there were also glasses and a beard drawn on his face with a marker, just like a big Mickey Mouse. Ron knew at a glance that he was pranked by other astronauts. "Poor Howard, do you know him?" Arthur was a little surprised. Of course, He's my brother's good friend and the technical research and development department of our special operations team. Well, this is really funny. Ron also laughed out loud at Howard's funny appearance. Of course, you haven't seen his last video. Someone made a face outside his sleeping window while walking in space, and then scared this guy so much that he screamed for 15 minutes. Haha, look over there. Ron laughed halfway, and suddenly found a familiar backpacker next to him, and forced Arthur's head to that direction. That's the backpacker who appeared at the fire scene. Ron just arrived in Paris yesterday, and before he had time to indulge himself, he received intelligence shared by the CIA that the office of the woman who stole the nuclear bomb in Paris was burned into a sea of fire. That's why he dragged Arthur out early in the morning to look for clues. This time, Ron was too lazy to use his own information channels and ran out directly with a little fat girl from the CIA. By the way, I don't know if the CIA really had no one available, or if there were other reasons, but for such an important mission, they jokingly sent the information commander who Ron visited as a field agent. Look over there, it's the legendary CIA agent Ford. Arthur followed halfway and suddenly pointed to the side as if he had discovered a new road. Ron looked and saw that it was Ford, who had a dispute with them at the entrance of the CIA branch. I said that the CIA would never send a middle-aged woman to carry out the mission so frivolously. Ron nodded in sudden realization. I understand now. They sent out 2 teams in total, with a legendary agent attracting attention in the open, and the fat woman watching in the dark to see what they were going to do. After Ron went back, he certainly checked Agent Ford's mission resume, but that resume was as bad as shit. Almost half of the missions ended in failure. Ron could tell at a glance that those were all forged. He firmly believed that Agent Ford must be as powerful as he said. The reason was of course due to his crazy superstition about Guoda's face, and the superstition even spread to Arthur. What a joke. The missions of agents have always been risky. Except for top masters like Ron himself and his men, who can treat those missions as a joke. If Ford was really like what his resume said, with so many failures, he would have died countless times. How could he have the chance to carry out the missions like he is now? Thinking of this, Ron couldn't help but flash a trace of contempt for the CIA. Who are you going to show such fake tactical deception to? Even children don't believe it. Well, if Ron's idea was known to the CIA's personnel department, it would probably hurt their stomachs to laugh. Even though Ron is so experienced, he never thought that there would be a spy so weak that the opponent didn't even realize that he was an agent and knocked him out and ignored him as an ordinary person, right? On the street in front, Guoda walked in front as if nothing had happened. Behind him was the suspicious man who appeared at the fire scene, and behind him was the fat woman who had just chased out of the cafe. Ford quickly found a beautiful woman to chat with. It was too far away, so Ron didn't know what they were talking about, but he still memorized the woman's face. While he was chatting with a beautiful woman, the fireman who had been following behind suddenly made a move. Taking advantage of Ford's unpreparedness, he switched his backpack with his own, and Ford seemed to be unaware of it. Ron's eyes twitched, and now he was at a loss for words. It can be said that being good at one's own things is the basic quality of an agent. If he can't do this well, can he be considered a legendary agent? Do you think he has already discovered the person behind him and wants to play a big game to lure out the people behind that person? Arthur thought with his chin in his hand. Yes. That's it. Ron clapped his hands and said excitedly, why didn't I think of it? How could the famous CIA legendary agent make such a low-level mistake? Watch, he will soon give a loud slap to those villains who look down on him, but the facts were not as Ron wished. Before the other accomplices were attracted by Ford, the fat woman who used to sit in the office of the CIA rushed towards Ford like crazy, shouting I pooped in my pants, while rushing so that others would make way for her. If there is a selection of the most disappointing agents this year, Ron thinks she will definitely be elected first with a unanimous vote. This woman ruined all of Ford's plans. Arthur shook his head helplessly and sighed. Don't look at it, let's follow them and give them some support if needed. Ron patted Arthur on the back and followed him. He admitted that he was attracted to this Guoda and wanted to poach him. Not far ahead was a square. An unknown singer was singing on the stage. The fat woman rushed to the stage and snatched the singer's microphone. Ford. They switched your bag. Ford opened his backpack and saw that there was a time bomb with only 10 seconds left in the countdown. FXXK. Ford quickly pushed away the people blocking him and threw the backpack into the river. Boom. The bomb set off a huge splash in the river. Boss, Is that guy really a super agent? Arthur was a little dumbfounded. Which super agent would carry a backpack that someone stuffed into him without even looking at it, and then walk around the street with a time bomb on his back, and even walk into the middle of a crowded concert? If something unexpected happened, more people would definitely die, right? We were wrong. Ron shook his head solemnly. So Ford is a fake? No, I mean he might be more sophisticated than we thought, Ron said seriously. We all thought he just wanted to lure the enemy out of their hole, but he thought further than us, and was even afraid that the enemy would not be fooled, so he deliberately brought the bomb to the place with the most people. Do you remember the training class I gave you? Arthur nodded in confusion, but Ron pointed to the river next to him. I have said before that an agent must not only have strong professional skills, but also have a kind of forward thinking. I mean, he may have memorized the map of the entire Paris, so he was so confident to carry the backpack back and forth, because he knew where there were rivers and other places where he could safely detonate the bomb. Most people may not notice this detail, but Ron noticed it, because as he said, every time he arrived at a place, he would memorize the map of the destination in advance. This trick allowed him to avoid fatal crises many times in previous missions. Unexpectedly, Ford also had the same habit. Ron felt that he had really met a soulmate. Are you sure? Arthur was still a little skeptical. Of course, look, that's his achievement. The fireman appeared again in a corner of the stage, and took a photo of the fat woman who was still in a daze on the stage. I guess you must have discovered that Ford has other accomplices. Damn, this fat woman ruined Ford's plan. Let's go and see what stupid things that stupid woman can do. At this time, the small square was in a mess. Ron and Arthur were not conspicuous in the crowd, especially after they had disguised themselves. Ron looked like a middle-aged British gentleman, and Arthur was made up by Ron to look like a ward comedian. I don't think we should follow so far, boss. We may have lost the legendary agent, Arthur said as he looked at the fat woman who walked into the abandoned building. The fireman ran in front, the fat woman chased behind, and then Ron and Arthur followed behind, and finally the fireman disappeared into an abandoned building, and the fat woman took out a pistol and went in. Yes, the rest has nothing to do with you. Your appearance can easily cause misunderstandings, so wait here, I will go in alone. When Ron walked into the building, the fat woman and the fireman were almost at the top floor, so Ron had to speed up a little. Finally, when he was about to reach the door of the top floor, he stopped. He heard footsteps outside. The sound was very heavy. It should be the fat woman from the CIA. Ron stuck half of his head out. Sure enough, the fat woman was nervously holding a gun and searching for the figure of the fireman step by step. What an idiot who stays in the office for a long time. He is in the second door in front of you. Ron couldn't help but complain about the low quality of CIA employees again. It was obvious that no one had been in this building for a long time, so the door handles of every door on the top floor were covered with dust, except for the door that Ron noticed, which had an inconspicuous handprint on the door handle. Ron dared to bet that if the fireman was not hiding behind that door, he would put the grenade in his mouth and pull out the safety. Sure enough, just as the fat woman walked to the door, the fireman suddenly broke through the old door and threw the fat woman to the ground. Hey, I didn't expect to see you here, the fat woman pretended to be calm and said, I just came to find my bird. It just flew away. Hey, Mr. Sandbag, are you there? Shhh. As she spoke, she whistled, but the fireman didn't want to talk nonsense with her. He took out a dagger and wanted to kill her. I have to warn you. I don't want to see this ridiculous bomb incident again. Understand? The fat woman suddenly hooked her hand. And the pistol that was knocked off when she rolled on the ground just now returned to her hand and pointed it at the fireman. Throw away the knife, or I will shoot. The fireman laughed sarcastically. Really? I don't think you can shoot. I think it would be better if you put bullets in the gun. Ron was so ashamed to watch it. What kind of cow is this? Even if this fat woman is a civilian agent, she shouldn't be so lazy, right? She didn't even notice that the magazine was taken out? I guess the CIA agent training must be similar to what you girls do when playing house, right? The fireman took a step forward with a grim smile, and stretched out his dagger to stab her to death. The fat woman suddenly kicked at his knife-wielding hand, but the fireman was not such an easy character. He retracted his hand slightly and changed from stabbing to chopping, intending to cut her fat legs to make them bleed. Forget it, I'll just help you at the critical moment. Ron picked up a stone and smashed it hard at the fireman's face. The fireman heard the wind and turned his head to look, but his hand just lagged behind and failed to chop the fat woman's legs. The fat woman's kick at the dagger also missed, but she did not stop. Instead, she took advantage of the inertia of the momentum and continued to kick the fireman's legs. Pa was the sound of eggs breaking. Ron's eyes twitched. Even though the kick didn't hide him, he couldn't help but feel for the fireman. The fireman screamed in pain and clamped his legs together. The fat woman kicked the hand holding the dagger again. Under this force, the dagger stabbed into his body. Ron saw that the fireman's face was deformed in pain, and the fat woman took advantage of this gap to get up, stepped on his ankle, and pressed his chest to pull out the dagger. Unexpectedly, the hand pressing on the chest was a little too strong, and actually pushed the fireman off the roof. No. No. No, the fat woman reached out to pull him, but she was a step too late. After the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, when she looked again, the fireman had fallen downstairs, and a steel bar from construction waste pierced his chest. It seemed that he would never live again. She has a slow reaction speed, and her strength is comparable to that of an average man, but she has no sense of proportion in her attacks, and she is not worth winning over. Ron wrote this comment under the photo of the fat woman in his notebook, shook his head and went downstairs first. How is it, boss? I saw that guy in the cafe just now is dead. Yes, that's right, so I suggest that we go to Charles de Gaulle Avenue now. How about that? Why go there? Arthur asked, puzzled. Because there are Chanel, Gucci and all the things that fascinate women. Ron sighed. Believe me, if your woman knows that you have come to Paris and didn't find any of these brands in your suitcase, you can't think of being intimate with her for at least a week. Chapter 379 Budapest. That fat girl from the CIA is so hot. My God, I've never seen an agent who would spit on his opponent after killing him. Arthur, what does the intelligence from the CIA say? This is the 7th day of Ron and Arthur's European tour. After killing the fireman on the first day, the case has reached a stalemate again. However, they are not idle. They went shopping in Paris. The new supplies Ron purchased are enough for him to pick up 5 more beauties. Then, after a farce in the most luxurious casino in Rome, the fat girl from the CIA became good friends with Reina because she saved the target person who was drugged in the wine. Reina even invited her to take her private plane to Budapest. Yes, after 2 stops in Paris and Rome, they magically returned to Hungary, which was where the agents performed their mission when Ron visited the CIA. Well, Ron's words came true. They are really going to have a 10-day tour of Europe. The footage of CIA agents appearing on the streets of Paris and detonating bombs in public places is enough to keep the public relations departments of all terrorist organizations busy for a while. But that fat woman is quite capable. She was able to become friends with the target person. The last news from the CIA was that they flew to Budapest together on a private jet last night and conducted a transaction with a buyer at the Four Seasons Hotel. So we are late. Ron's smile froze on his face. No, of course not. This is actually the most interesting part. Their operation failed. Speaking of the CIA's embarrassing things, even Arthur's drug dealer face couldn't help but smile with a gloating smile. Remember the gunshots we heard in Rome? That was an internal fight among them. Agent Fane is not dead. He had betrayed the CIA and was with that beautiful woman named Reina a long time ago. He also killed several CIA agents who were supporting the fat girl. Now they are in a hurry and have transferred other agents from nearby for support. Their people told me not to act rashly before the support arrives, otherwise they will not be responsible for any consequences. Arthur, I have to remind you again that even things you see with your own eyes can be deceiving, let alone intelligence from the CIA. Ron felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Think about it, if you were working in the CIA, a place that has been infiltrated like a sieve, what would you do if you encountered such a thing? I will probably find a way to get out of this, and then hide behind the scenes. And then, Arthur suddenly understood halfway through his words, boss, I understand what you mean. What should we do now, since the CIA would rather transfer agents from other places than ask us for help? So, Ron dragged out the last word. So, as long as we can handle this matter before their support agents arrive, we can make the CIA lose face. Ron's eyes showed a mischievous look. Think about it, the CIA's support has not yet arrived, and the IRS has recovered a nuclear bomb with 2 people. The whole incident is handled. How embarrassing it will be for the CIA. At least they can laugh at the CIA together with the FBI for a whole year. Of course, before this, Everyone's main target of ridicule has always been the FBI. Boss, your idea is fine, but the problem is, where can we get some equipment? We didn't even bring a gun to pass the airport security check, and we even rented a car. Arthur's worry was reasonable. Unlike the CIA, which has support points all over the world, the IRS's main sphere of influence is in the United States, and it has no bases overseas. When passing the security check, Ron and Arthur had already handed in their weapons. Of course, Ron also had his own system warehouse, but he didn't plan to let others know about it. What's more, he had a color gadget. This is a problem you mentioned. Let's stop in the open space ahead. It's just right to show you our new toys. I think you will like it. Ron pointed to the road ahead. The villa where Rena's car was located was by a lake in the wild. The location was relatively remote. They hadn't met any other cars along the way. Open space? Arthur asked in confusion. Yes, it's this open space. Now let me introduce to you the new equipment of our IRS, the Justice Warrior system jointly developed by Caltech and Space Exploration Technologies Corporation. As long as you install this app on your mobile phone, no matter where you are, as long as you are on Earth, you can get equipment support at any time. After the car stopped, Ron opened the door and got out. He walked to the grass far away from the car, opened an app called Justice Warrior on his mobile phone, pressed the microphone and shouted, "God's power is invincible." After Ron shouted, he hurried back and posed a handsome pose for 1 minute, 2 minutes, and 3 minutes. Ron was tired of posing, but Arthur still couldn't see where their equipment was. "Boss, our equipment." Arthur had just said half of his words when he suddenly opened his mouth in surprise, because he saw a prismatic metal box dragging a parachute and falling rapidly from the air. When it was about to reach the ground, the force of the fall was gone, and the metal box directly cut a parachute rope and fell on the grass. Ron walked over and opened the box. Inside was a whole box filled with assault rifles, pistols, and various grenades and bullets, all separated by foam boards. There was even Ron's favorite Type 63 107mm rocket launcher, which had been disassembled into parts. OMG, Arthur was rarely so surprised, but today he had to be surprised. "Boss, where did these things come from?" "Of course it's the equipment support system I mentioned." Ron smiled proudly, took out 2 revolvers from the box, stuffed them into the holsters and hung them on his body. "Didn't you always ask me why the funds were burned so quickly? This is the result. This is a global equipment support box that was sent into space by a Falcon rocket in the name of a Starlink satellite. When not in use, it will be on standby in low Earth orbit in the form of a satellite. As long as the voice print is used to unlock and send out the positioning, the equipment box in space will be launched to the designated coordinates in no more than 5 minutes. And the outer shell of this equipment box is coated with stealth paint, and no radar can detect its existence. The only problem is that the cost is too high. It is an open secret that Starlink satellites carry other things into space. In fact, don't look at Musk jumping around like a space developer. But Ron, who had close contact with him, knew very well that Space Exploration Company was just a puppet launched by NASA, which was used for military purposes in the name of civilians. Just think about it, and you will know how outrageous a plan to launch tens of thousands of satellites into space is. To put it bluntly, it is actually a trip to wrap the Earth with a group of densely packed garbage to monopolize the right to develop space. Sooner or later, someone will punish them, but before that, it does not prevent Ron from using it to gain some advantages for himself. Anyway, in the cooperation plan he signed with Musk, in addition to a small deposit at the beginning, the total cost of the entire plan will be paid after the formal operation in the later stage. By that time, this thing should have been almost cleaned up by Nanchman, right? Everything is gone. What's the point of paying money? After calculating left and right, Ron's Justice Warrior system is almost equivalent to free. How is it? Are these equipment enough? If not, I can summon another one. Enough. Absolutely enough. Even enough to attack a small military base. Arthur was ecstatic. The lakeside villa where the transaction took place was a 3-story building. The courtyard and the balconies on each floor were guarded by terrorists armed with live ammunition. It was as solid as a rock. For ordinary agents, even if they got close to it, they would be shot to pieces. But for Ron, the number of people was just a mathematical problem of how many rockets to use. "Boss, let me confirm with you one last time. Aren't we afraid that the nuclear bomb inside will explode if we use this big guy directly?" Arthur took a deep breath. "Don't worry," Ron patted his shoulder comfortingly. You also said that it was a small nuclear bomb. The terrorists may be crazy, but they are not fools. They will definitely hide it in the safest place. In addition, if you have been to college, you must know that nuclear bombs will not be detonated under normal circumstances. At most, they will just leak. Understood? Arthur nodded, and finally made up his mind to press the launch button. The reassembled launcher immediately jumped out of fireballs and attacked the villa. Whatchamarafac, the terrorists looked at the dense fireballs and just had time to curse before they were engulfed by the flames of the explosion. The sound of boom continued throughout the villa. 12 rockets took less than a minute to turn the originally gorgeous Rococo style outside into an Afghan style. When the explosions just stopped, the terrorists who survived the disaster had no time to calm down before they saw a car with a machine gun mounted outside the skylight rushing over with flames. Arthur's machine gun instantly swept down the terrorists who were still standing. Just when the remaining terrorists had just found a shelter and were about to fight back when the car stopped, the car did not stop and circled around the villa yard like a sentry on the grassland. One by one, it bypassed obstacles such as flower beds or pillars and killed the terrorists hiding behind them one by one. Wow! This move is so cool. Arthur felt that every pore of his body was filled with the pleasure of this one-sided slaughter, and he couldn't help but shout, "Boss, how did you come up with this move? If you play PUBG, you will also like this way of fighting." PUBG? What is that? It's a game that a Korean company I just bought is preparing to make. If you are interested, I can send you a test version. The car circled in the yard 3 times. The terrorists outside the house were cleared out by the 2 people. Ron pushed open the car door and said easily. In the villa. The terrorists who thought they were surrounded by the convoy were huddled in the basement in panic. There were corpses lying on the ground beside them. Of course, they could not be killed by Ron's rockets, but they were killed by their own internal strife just now. Among them was even the body of Agent Fane. It must be said that Rena, who has a nuclear bomb, is not like her father at all. She has no potential to become a female gangster and is fooled by her intermediary. The middleman not only killed her men and stole the nuclear bomb, but also killed the buyer who came to buy the nuclear bomb. He took possession of the nuclear bomb and stole a large box of diamonds from the buyer. Bang! Bang! 2 sudden gunshots were heard. Ron and Arthur flashed out from the back of the corridor at the same time, each with a shot, killing the only 2 remaining men of the middleman. Wow! Ron walked in with a mocking tone. Isn't this the beautiful Miss Rena? Looking at this posture, I guess you must have been coerced by illegal traders, right? Believe me, you are an American citizen. No matter where you go, there is a strong America to back you up as long as you pay enough money. Then the question is, Miss Rena, it seems that you have paid taxes for the arms transaction you are about to conduct. I am not in the United States now, and I am not subject to American laws, Rena shouted to Ron with courage from nowhere. Really? Although American law stipulates that citizens' overseas income must also pay taxes according to their own tax laws, I will let you off today and pretend that I didn't see it. How about that? Ron's words almost made Arthur drop his jaw. When did the boss who was so greedy for money that he would collect a transit tax, even if Satan was new, change his nature? Did he hear it right? Ron actually said to let him off? Is there anything crazier than this in the world? No. Absolutely not. Just knowing it, Rena never thought that her casual words would be so powerful. She raised her chin proudly, picked up the box containing the nuclear bomb and the diamond box on the ground, and was about to leave. But Ron kicked the middleman, who was still stunned. What are you still looking at? Don't you want the things in her hand? Yes, but the middleman nodded woodenly, looking at Ron and Arthur in a dilemma. If he couldn't beat these 2 people and his men weren't all dead, he would have personally taken action to rob them. Bang! Ron slapped the middleman in the face. But what do you mean by but? If you want it, wouldn't you just rob it? Big brother, please, you are the bad guy, okay? Robbery. You don't need me to teach you, do you? The middleman's eyes lit up, and he pushed Rena to the ground and snatched the 2 boxes back. Rena was so angry that she pointed at him with shaking fingers. I am an American citizen, you guys help me. I'm sorry, I just said that only those who pay enough money are American citizens. Ron sneered. And you, because you didn't recharge in time, your citizenship rights have expired. I will only serve you when the taxes are renewed. As for now, Ron looked at the middleman who was sneaking towards the door and suddenly raised his gun and shot. The middleman fell to the ground. I never said I can't rob non-American citizens. Chapter 380, Nerd's Treasure Hunt. After Ron took away the nuclear bomb and a box of diamonds, the fat woman from the CIA finally arrived with support. They looked at each other in bewilderment at the villa, which looked like a battlefield in Syria, while Ron had already started to contact craftsmen and began to make rings according to the size of the diamond. Although Ron knew that diamonds were just an exquisite scam created by De Beers, in fact, this thing itself was not as valuable as advertised, and even after waiting for another year or two, artificial diamonds that reached gemstone standards would begin to be mass-produced. But if Ron was stupid enough to tell the women now, he only needed to put the rings made of the most beautiful diamonds he selected, or other jewelry, into an exquisite little box and tie a bow, and send it to the ladies, and he would immediately get the preferential treatment he wanted, the kind of preferential treatment that could only be understood but not expressed in words. But there was another problem here, that is, what should Collins do? In order to avoid causing unnecessary associations in Collins, Ron specially selected some good diamonds and made a diamond necklace for her, but he found the problem after it was made. That is, this necklace seemed a little too shiny. The heart-shaped pendant is made of 21 diamonds of more than 1 carat. Even if there is only a little light in the room, the reflection of the diamond mirror is enough to dazzle people. Is it sure that giving it to a lady with whom he has an ambiguous relationship will not make people think too much? There is no way, because Ron has diamonds in his hands. So, Ron plans to find a most casual occasion to give the necklace to him, such as when they are having dinner together, but the timing he chose may be a bit problematic, because Rajesh is furious at the table. It's really hard not to notice that none of you actually showed up for my Monday night murder mystery party, as promised. Do you want to know who stabbed Q Sapri in the back with not carrying as a weapon? The murderer is you. This shouldn't be considered a mystery, right? I knew it was us, but there is no way. Compared with your script-killing party, Oprah's party is more attractive, Ron said with some boasting. What? Ron's casual boasting really caused everyone to exclaim. You know, the Oprah talk show is a must-see program for most Americans, and Oprah herself is regarded as an American idol. Oh my God, you actually attended Oprah's party, is there anything we don't know? Among them, Penny exclaimed the loudest, because she has always dreamed of becoming an actress. Ron, can you take me with you next time? I heard that she knows a lot of Hollywood bigwigs. Maybe she can introduce me to a producer. Forget it. Ron glanced at Leonard with a green light on his head and refused sternly. In fact, Oprah's party is just so-so, and for a newcomer like you with no resources and no fame, if a producer really tells you that there is a role in the play and wants you to try it, then his subtext is only one, that is, are you willing to be unspoken? Hey, aren't we talking about my party plan now? Rajesh interrupted unhappily, but don't worry, I won't hold this kind of party again in the future. Thank God, Rajesh announced excitedly, because I have a better plan. Oh my God, there was a sudden burst of complaints. Listen to me first. Rajesh still didn't give up and said, I plan to organize an MIT-style treasure hunt game for you. I used to play this when I was in school. Howard himself graduated from MIT. We have one at Princeton University. Leonard was also somewhat tempted. Harvard University's treasure hunt game is also very interesting, but I always get stuck at the first level, which is the level of finding someone to team up with me, Amy said with a smile, but after she saw that no one laughed, she realized that what she said didn't seem to be a joke. Well, it seems that this is not funny, but miserable. Ron, I remember that you also graduated from Harvard. Have you played treasure hunt games? Collins pushed Ron. No, at that time I was almost always hanging out with a football team, and treasure hunts were for nerds. We were usually active at various parties. You know, almost all parties were proud to invite members of the football team. Ron spread his hands and smiled. Now it was not just Amy who was uncomfortable, but everyone present. Except for Collins and Penny, who was not a nerd. The atmosphere of American universities is different from the atmosphere of advocating grades in China. They worship the sports stars in the school more. Sports students are almost the top of the food chain in all universities. Among all sports stars, football is the most American. As the quarterback of the football team, Ron is the king of kings. It is no exaggeration to say that his words and deeds sometimes have more influence than the principal. The only treasure hunt we played at that time was probably looking for sexy and hot beauties in various schools to pick up girls. I told you a long time ago that I am not a good person, Ron confessed to Collins again. However, Collins' reaction was no different from the previous times. You are really funny, Ron. No one would confess that they are unfaithful. I am also interested in the treasure hunt game. I happen to be free tomorrow. Can I be included? Of course, Rajesh agreed readily. Ron brought Collins to play with the four people several times. They were already friends who could talk to each other. This time was naturally the same, but Rajesh's creativity gave Ron a good idea to give a gift. When Rajesh got up to go to the bathroom, Ron followed him. Raj, can I help you with a treasure hunt game tomorrow? Rajesh just came out of the bathroom and Ron patted him on the shoulder from behind. OMG. Ron, you scared me. Rajesh gently patted his manly chest. Okay, I didn't mean to scare you. I just need your help with something. For tomorrow's treasure hunt, I need you to help me arrange Collins and I together, because Ron took out a beautifully wrapped small gift box from his arms, which contained the necklace that Ron prepared for Collins. I plan to find a chance to give it to her tomorrow. Don't worry, I will definitely help you. Or, how about leaving this little thing with me and making it the final treasure of your treasure hunt tomorrow? Rajesh was moved and took the gift box with both hands. Ron thought it was a good idea and agreed, this is a good idea, Rajesh, I'll give it to you tomorrow. But what he didn't know was that as soon as Ron turned to leave, Rajesh opened his gift box and took a look, but he was so fascinated by the charming light of the diamond that he couldn't bear to close it. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is a heart-shaped necklace. I see. Ron is going to propose to Collins. Oh my god. It's so romantic, but Ron is too careless. How can he propose with just a necklace? There must be a beautiful ring. Let me help him. After all, I am your good brother. The next day at noon, everyone gathered at Sheldon's house again. For some reason, Ron always felt that Rajesh looked at him strangely, but thinking of Rajesh's always strong estrogen, he gave up the idea of asking. Anyway, Rajesh has already agreed, so it should be okay, right? Sheldon, what are these for? Collins asked puzzledly as he looked at Sheldon, who was stuffing bowling balls into his backpack. Things I might use in the treasure hunt game, but what does this have to do with bowling balls? Although he has become familiar with Sheldon, Collins sometimes still can't figure out Sheldon's imagination. Think about it, if we go to the bowling alley for treasure hunting later, you know how dirty their balls are? It's no less dirty than giving free rectal examinations to homeless people. Sheldon, Ron glared at him, remember what I told you about the topics that you can't talk about with the opposite sex, all parts of the lower body including private organs. Okay, I understand, Sheldon suddenly realized. I'm sorry, Sheldon has no bad intentions, he just has no common sense. Ron apologized to Collins after Sheldon. Collins smiled. It's okay, everyone, are you ready for the treasure hunt? Rajesh came out of the bedroom with a microphone, and he secretly winked at Ron, suggesting that everything was ready. Ron responded with an okay gesture. Next, after Rajesh's awkward hosting, it was finally time to form teams. Because of some awkward relationships, Penny and Sheldon were in one team, Howard and Amy, Leonard and Bernadette. Only Ron was still on the same team with Collins. He walked into Ron's bedroom holding the first puzzle box Rajesh gave him. Ron, your bedroom is so clean. I thought a bachelor's room would be a little messy, Collins praised sincerely. Nonsense, how could a room that no one lives in every night not be clean? Ron stayed out 4 days a week, either at Max's house, Giselle's house, or Gallagher's house, or some other woman's house. Anyway, he always had a place to stay. Ron answered without blushing or beating his heart, well, I like cleanliness more. All teams, please listen carefully, open your first puzzle. Rajesh's voice sounded on the intercom, and Ron quickly opened the box. Inside was a set of puzzles. It was not a difficult problem. Ron and Collins only took less than 3 minutes to complete the puzzle, but the destination of the puzzle surprised Ron a little. Is this the Santa Monica Pier? Collins asked uncertainly. It should be. It's not far from here. I'll drive. We'll leave now. Ron stood up and picked up the car keys. Santa Monica Pier is a well-known attraction in Los Angeles. It's not strange that Rajesh chose the next puzzle there. What's strange is where they are going. It's the Ferris wheel at Santa Monica Pier amusement park. Why do I feel like the situation is going to some strange place? Ron thought, a little puzzled. I hope I'm overthinking it. However, this strange feeling became stronger and stronger after he drove the car to the amusement park, because apart from them, no other team arrived. We seem to be the first group? I thought it would be Sheldon and his team, Collins asked happily. Although Sheldon is smart, he is not very active, and Penny's driving skills are very bad. Ron said, as a matter of course, we have arrived at Santa Monica Pier. Where should we go next? Any hints? I think that might be the hint. Collins suddenly blushed. Ron followed Collins's gaze and saw a Rajesh advertising board standing beside the parking lot next to the toll booth. Following the direction of Rajesh's finger on the board, it was the most famous lover's Ferris wheel on the Santa Monica Pier. It is said that the Ferris wheel is a must-ride for couples. It takes about 10 minutes to complete a circle, and you can see the sea of the pier and the prosperity of the city at the same time. Well, I think Rajesh may have considered that most of the participants in the event are couples, so he wants to make the treasure hunt in a romantic atmosphere? With his romantic personality, it is very possible. Let's go up quickly. Ron gave what he thought was a reasonable explanation and led Collins to the Ferris wheel. However, what he didn't know was that except for their group, the destinations of the first puzzle of the other three groups were all comic book stores. They were a special line specially arranged by Rajesh. Congratulations, you are the first group to arrive. Rajesh greeted Amy Howard's team with a smile, and took an envelope from the Riddler and handed it to them. This is your second puzzle. Next was Leonard Bernadette's team. Sheldon and Penny's team was the last, but Penny didn't think so. I thought we were the last, but we weren't. Where's Ron? Why is he so slow today? Maybe the puzzle is a little too difficult for him. Who knows? Rajesh had the mysterious ant smile unique to Indians on his face. Let's start solving the puzzle quickly. If you don't want to be overtaken by Ron behind you, I suggest you hurry up. I've said it before, Ron is not suitable to join our high IQ game. Although he graduated from Harvard, he is a liberal arts student, a Chinese literature major. Sheldon took advantage of Ron's absence and laughed loudly. Can humanities majors be considered science? Before Penny finished reading the question, Sheldon took the envelope and took a look at it, revealing a look of understanding. I see. Look, the community college night school team is temporarily in the lead. Penny deliberately showed off in front of Leonard and followed proudly. Chapter 381, Backstab from Raj. Seeing that Sheldon and Penny's team were ahead, Bernadette, who was competitive by nature, began to make up Penny's words behind Leonard's back to stimulate Leonard's fighting spirit. It must be said that this move was played beautifully. Leonard really began to try to catch up. He didn't want Penny to look down on him. Unlike the strong competitive atmosphere here, the atmosphere on Ron's side became more and more strange, and more pink. After finding the next clue level by observing the ground on the Ferris wheel, they passed the level of drinking a cup of milk tea together and then found the clue of the next stop at the bottom of the cup. Then they joined a dance flash mob, danced with 6 couples and finally got a clue card from one of the couples, and then knocked down the doll in a difficult hugging posture at the shooting game stall. Ron and Collins became more and more ambiguous until they didn't know which level it was. The park clown, who had long been corrupted by Rajesh with money, handed them a heart-filled cookie. Welcome to this level. As long as you two eat this cookie together, one at a time, and the remaining length of the cookie is less than 0.5 centimeters, you will win. How about it? Are you ready? Challenger. Ron rolled his eyes. Are you kidding? 0.5 centimeters? What's the difference between that and a direct kiss? Well, there is a difference. After all, if it is an ordinary kiss, considering the thickness of the two people's lips, it is impossible to eat the cookie within 0.5 centimeters. Forgive Ron for always being in a semi-estranged state with a simple girl like Collins. Even now, Ron and Collins have only progressed to ordinary hand-holding and kissing, and have never had a wet kiss. There is no way. Collins is too different from Ron's other women. First, she is a very simple girl. Ron often feels that he is too bad and unworthy of her when he's around her. The second, and most crucial point, is Collins's background. Collins' father, Mr. Tosi, is a longtime friend of George, and his mother is Mary's best friend. The two families are old friends, which means that Ron must not play with Collins' feelings. Around them, there was a circle of spectators who were watching the fun. Ron saw that the blush on Collins' face was getting bigger and bigger, and he quickly called a halt. Sorry, I guess this project should be prepared by Rajesh specifically for those couples. If it is not convenient for you, we can give up. No, I think I can. Without waiting for Ron to finish, Collins snatched a cookie from the clown and stuffed it into his mouth, then closed his eyes and kissed Ron. What else can Ron do in this situation? He can only hold Collins' little face and kiss it in the same way. Wow, handsome men and beautiful women will be the focus of everyone wherever they go. The passionate kiss of the two caused cheers from a group of people around them, but Ron was no longer in the mood to care about others. Because Collins had actually let go of Ron and put a piece of biscuit that was definitely shorter than 0.5 centimeters on the table next to the clown. We won. Where's the clue for our next level? After saying that, he did not forget to turn around and give Ron a victorious smile. Your next level is over there, the clown pointed to a small bar in the distance with his finger. Unlike their slow progress, which was less than halfway, Sheldon's treasure hunt game had reached its end. Leonard, Penny and Bernadette were fighting on the sofa for the ownership of the last gold coin. But in the end, they found nothing. Where did the damn gold coin go? Leonard yelled. Isn't the final answer Sheldon's seat? Yes, Leonard. Rajesh came out of the bedroom elegantly with a glass of red wine. The answer is completely correct. Where's the gold coin? That's a good question. Where's the gold coin? Rajesh's suspenseful look made Bernadette want to punch him in the face. Why don't you look in your pockets? Everyone touched their pockets and actually took out a gold coin from their pockets. I put it in earlier today. I still don't understand. Penny glared at Rajesh. Don't you understand? When everyone is having fun together, we are all winners. Rajesh fished out a gold coin from his pocket. Look, even I am a winner? You are kidding us here. This is the most stupid thing I have ever heard. Bernadette exploded. I spent so much effort to finally mobilize the enthusiasm of Leonard, the loser, and now I am telling me that everyone won? At this time, the last group of people, Howard and Amy's group, also arrived. Howard quickly hugged his wife. Don't be angry, dear. Rajesh just wants to do something to move everyone. Wait, why don't I see Ron? Where did they go? Sheldon sneered. Maybe Harvard and UCLA are at this level. Maybe we can go for dinner first. No, Sheldon, Rajesh hurriedly explained for Ron. Actually, I arranged him to another path and he did not participate in the game. He wanted to propose to Collins during the game, so he left the gift with me. I estimate that they will be back in an hour. Can you help me decorate the apartment? Oh my god. Propose. Penny's original anger dissipated completely in an instant. What should we do? I have bought everything. It's in your apartment. Now we just need to do this. An hour later, Ron and Collins followed a game prompts left by Rajesh, walked through most of Los Angeles and returned to the apartment corridor again. I'm sorry, Collins, Ron said, holding Collins' hand as he walked up the stairs. I was just trying to get Rajesh to replace the treasures in the treasure hunt with the gifts I was going to give you. I think he must have misunderstood something, so he arranged the route like this. Really? What gift are you going to give me? Collins' heart was pounding like a deer. At this time, the two of them just walked to the door of the apartment, and Ron pushed the door open. Why don't you go and see it yourself? I got it when I was on a business trip. I think it must be very suitable for you to wear. Ron was talking about the necklace, of course. When he spoke, he had his back to the apartment and didn't see what was inside at all, otherwise he would definitely regret what he had just said. Collins covered his mouth in surprise, and even his voice trembled. Ron, are you really going to give me this? Inside the apartment, the path paved with pink petals was lined with blooming roses on both sides, and at the end of the petal path, on a holy platform, the necklace chain was arranged into heart shape, with a diamond ring in the middle. Of course, Ron replied unconsciously. Thank you, I really like it. Collins walked quickly to the stage and put the ring on her hand excitedly. Just as she put it on, music suddenly sounded in the apartment. It's a beautiful night, we're looking for something dumb to do. Hey baby, I think I wanna marry you. Is it the look in your eyes, or is it this dancing juice? Chapter 382 Ron's Trouble. The sound of Mars' famous proposal song forced Ron to turn around, and he found something strange in the apartment. However, when he was still confused, Rajesh came out of the bedroom with a large group of relatives and friends. Ron, do you want to propose to me? Collins asked in surprise. This Ron was a little entangled for a moment. You want to say no? The atmosphere has been dragged to this point. You want to say yes? Actually, I don't think so. Ron's voice unconsciously lowered when he said the second half of the sentence, and even Collins didn't hear what he said clearly. I really didn't know that you had this idea today. Collins was intoxicated by the music and burst into tears. I understand. This time it was too hasty, so it doesn't matter if you don't agree. Let's do it next time. Next time I promise to do it better. Next week I agree. Collins suddenly let go of her hands and threw herself into Ron's arms. Bang bang bang. Rajesh and his friends opened the fireworks that they had prepared long ago. The colorful ribbons decorated the apartment with a romantic atmosphere, and all the friends hugged each other. Ron took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and whispered in Rajesh's ear, "Damn it. Rajesh, where did the ring come from? Oh my god, who proposes with a necklace? I prepared that for you, just as a wedding gift for you. You know, I'm not short of money," Rajesh said generously. He really is not short of money. When Howard got married, Raj almost covered all the expenses of the wedding, plus Howard's favorite set of Batman comics. Don't think that comic books are worthless. For Atticus who like these, they are real treasures, not to mention that Raj gave collector's editions. Even Sheldon envied him. However, this was also the beginning of Ron's troubles. The news that he proposed to Collins spread quickly throughout the Tosi and Cooper families. These days, he has received more than a dozen congratulatory calls, especially Mary, who is eager for Ron to get married and settle down now. "I know, Mom, don't worry, I will treat Collins well. I think it's too early to get married. Don't be too anxious. At least wait until Collins finishes college and sees Mom. I love you." Ron hung up Mary's phone and felt that he was about to be drained. Fortunately, he and Sheldon lived across the street. As long as he moved to Sheldon's apartment, there would be no lack of comedy every day. Up to now, Ron has not figured out how to tell this news to his women, but when he is unhappy, maybe he can use other people's unhappiness to make himself happy. "Ron, you're here at the right time. Can you drive me to the video game arcade to redeem the prize?" Sheldon said happily. "I finally thought of what prize I want to redeem. Congratulations, it took you 3 years to finally make a choice. Guess what? If you had thought about it for another 2 years, that video game arcade might have gone bankrupt." Ron laughed, while Leonard on the other side was still rummaging through old things beside a large cardboard box, and finally found an old point coupon from 3 years ago. "Found it, here you go." "What is this?" Ron leaned over to the box and saw a red piece of clothing inside. "My aunt gave me a sweater when I got into college." "Does she hate you?" "How could that be? Is it because I got this ugly and itchy sweater while my brother got a car?" Leonard said self-deprecatingly. "She definitely dotes on me more." "Wait." Sheldon took 2 steps and turned back. "It seems like a few coupons are missing. Are there any more in the box?" "They should have all been taken out." Leonard just pulled down twice and suddenly seemed to have discovered something extraordinary. He closed the box nervously. "No, there's nothing in it." Little did he know that it was the thing he was so nervous about that made Sheldon suspicious. "Really? Let me see." And Ron had already seen what the thing was at the same time Leonard discovered it. "How do you say it? If you want fun, won't the fun come right away?" Ron put on a mischievous smile. "If it's nothing, it's okay to let Sheldon take a look, right? Or is there something shameful in the box?" "No, no, no." Leonard hugged the box to his chest, and then threw the box on the sofa in surrender. "Okay, Sheldon, I can let you take a look at the box, but you must promise not to get upset." "Why should I get upset?" Leonard carefully took out a DVD from the box. "Sheldon, I know that this DVD should have been returned a long time ago, and I also know that it was rented with your card, but it has been 3 years and there have been no adverse results. So, instead of constantly making trouble for me like usual, can you try to stay calm for once? This request sounds reasonable. What do you say, Sheldon?" Ron crossed his arms and put on a posture of watching a good show. "Okay." Since Ron said so, Sheldon and Ron looked at each other. "Then can I ask you to return the DVD for me?" "No problem, I will return it right away," Leonard replied in surprise. Originally, he had been prepared for Sheldon to get mad at him, but he didn't expect Sheldon to be so calm this time. "Think about it, what's the difference between this time and the past?" Leonard cast a grateful look at Ron. Compared with Sheldon's previous outbursts, the only variable this time was Ron. "It seems that there is always someone stronger than you." With Ron around, Sheldon suddenly became much more obedient. "Thank you, Ron. With you around, Sheldon has become much more reasonable. If you have the chance, you must teach me how to make Sheldon reasonable." "It's not complicated, Leonard," Ron said, putting on an expression like the big bad wolf tricking the little white rabbit into going home to see the little goldfish. "The most important thing is to learn to empathize. Only when you understand why Sheldon is always so crazy, can you convince him to calm down." "Right." Ron secretly stepped on Sheldon. "Yes, that's right, empathy. You will never know how upset I am when something is unresolved. It feels like there is an itch in my head that I can't scratch." Sheldon immediately cooperated with Ron to set a trap for Leonard. "Itchy head, how can I empathize with you?" What Sheldon said may be a bit abstract, but I have a way to let you experience it. Do you want to try it, Leonard? Ron took out Leonard's old sweater from the box. Didn't you say that this sweater is ugly and itchy? Are you willing to wear this sweater until you are done with the DVD? Maybe you can experience the feeling of having an itch in your head that Sheldon said you can't scratch. Chapter 383 Playing with Leonard. In the Williamsburg restaurant, at the window of Max's cake shop, Max and Caroline held hands. Please God, don't let us be murdered here. Amen. Excuse me, did I disturb your prayers? Is this your prayer? It's quite unique. How's business recently? The window was pushed open, and Ron greeted handsomely. With the Chinese dim sum style cakes, we can now afford 3-ply toilet paper, so if you ask how business is, I think it's good. I didn't expect you to come here at this time. What are you doing? Are you helping the zoo walk the gorillas? Max pointed at Leonard, who was following behind him and was as sharp-tongued as ever. But her metaphor was quite vivid, because Leonard's sweater was so oxygenated that Leonard kept scratching his body even when he was walking, just like a gorilla that just ran out of the zoo. That's Leonard. We're just about to return the DVD together. Ron pointed to the bicycle at the door. Have you started the delivery service now? Can you please deliver 20 small cakes to the physics department of Caltech tomorrow? I have a feeling that something good will happen tomorrow. Max, this is a good idea. We can use that unwanted bicycle to start a delivery service. Why don't we ever deliver anything? You're talking about yourself, right? I've done home delivery before. Max was referring to her and Ron's love garbage house. Honestly, Max, delivery service is a big business. No one goes out now. Everyone is too lazy. Ron's idea is good. Caroline's eyes lit up as she spoke. Indeed, Ron agreed. He had seen the booming takeout industry in his previous life. When the two giants fought, they almost monopolized the lunch of nearly 80% of the white-collar workers in the office. Although the situation in China and the United States is different, and the same thing is almost impossible to replicate, it does not mean that starting a food delivery service is a bad idea. In fact, Max has done this kind of thing occasionally, but it was all for big customers. Leonard, are you interested in helping me make a mobile app that can optimize the delivery route based on the order? Of course, but can we go faster now? I can't stand it anymore. Leonard put his hand into his clothes and scratched it, urging. No wonder Leonard was so anxious. The wool used in the sweater was really hard to describe. Not only was the yarn rough and hard, but it was also a bit prickly. Wearing it made him itchy and painful, just like being bitten by hundreds of mosquitoes. Okay, no problem, goodbye, my beauties. Ron kissed the two beauties one by one and waved goodbye, which made Leonard envious. But this envy was just a thought. He couldn't even think about Penny, so how could he have the mind to think about other women? However, poor Leonard was unable to fulfill his expectations. The DVD store was closed. So, until the next day, in the laboratory of Caltech, Howard and Raj were still spreading gossip about Leonard's madness. Ron, you're finally here. It's such a pity that you weren't here this morning. As soon as Ron came to the office, Raj was the first to greet him. Really? Did I miss something? Raj's eyes were full of gossip. Leonard was like a bear in the forest all morning, rubbing his back against every pillar you could see in the school. Your two girlfriends just brought the cupcakes here. Do you want one too? They had heard about the bet between Sheldon and Leonard. As long as Leonard kept wearing the sweater until he returned the DVD, Sheldon promised that no matter what happened in the future, he would never cause trouble to the people around him. Given Sheldon's credit record, no one would suspect that Sheldon had broken his promise, which was a great joy for the other members of the foursome who had suffered greatly from it. Of course, Ron took the cake. Maybe Winnie the Pooh just finished hibernation and needs a place to stretch. How do you think it tastes? Great, Rajesh said excitedly. I swear, this is the best cake I've ever eaten in my life, especially the base. It's not soft like other cakes, but crispy, like the crust of a puff, but sweeter than that. Ron looked at the number of cakes left in the cake box. In one morning, the four people almost finished 20 cakes. It seems that this thing is really popular. If you like it, I'll ask the cake shop to send more tomorrow. You can also give some to other offices. Of course, if they like it, don't forget to remind them that this cake is sold in the city center not far away. Ron helped Max's store advertise. At this moment, the door of the laboratory was suddenly pushed open, and Leonard walked in angrily, locking his eyes on Sheldon, who was standing in front of the whiteboard thinking about a problem. Sheldon. I spent the whole afternoon and finally found the owner of that DVD store. I am now happy to announce that he died peacefully in his sleep. That is, he drowned in his own swimming pool after getting drunk. Leonard slapped a certificate in front of Sheldon. Anyway, there is no place to return this DVD now, so the problem is solved satisfactorily. After Leonard finished speaking, he took off his red sweater and threw it on the ground, revealing his skin that was red and spotted everywhere, whether it was caused by the sweater or scratched by himself. But, I want to make one point in particular. Although this sweater is uncomfortable to recognize people, I have not used it as an excuse to torment people around me. If the owner is dead, you can still return it to the owner's relatives. Ron showed a malicious expression and suddenly interrupted. I said it. It's over. That idea sounds good. Sheldon and Ron confirmed their eyes, and the two brothers sang in unison, once again leading Leonard into the ditch. Oh my God, Leonard cried desperately, but Ron picked up the sweater on the ground and handed it back to Leonard again. I guess this is what you dropped, Leonard, FXXK, Leonard screamed desperately again. Or, you can choose to give up and end it all. Ron smiled mischievously. Of course, if this is the case, if something happens to make Sheldon crazy in the future, you have to allow him to continue to act like a giant baby and make trouble. Leonard weighed the results of the two options and could only put the sweater back on like a torture, sat in front of the computer, and began to look up the information of the owner's relatives. Come on, smile, Leonard. Ron took a photo of his aggrieved look with a smile. Howard asked curiously, Ron, why are you taking photos? Of course, I'm sending the photos to Princeton University to get back the tuition he paid for nothing. Why? Rajesh sensitively realized that there must be something fishy about this. Ron looked at Sheldon and shrugged his shoulders. Come on, Leonard, use your smart brain as a world-class physicist and think about it. Since when has Sheldon, who has obsessive-compulsive disorder, been able to remain calm when facing a DVD that has not been returned on time? Isn't it because of the bet he made with Leonard? Rajesh asked. Sheldon didn't even raise his head and continued to calculate his formula. That's what I told you to think. What? Leonard finally realized that something was wrong, but he still couldn't figure out what was wrong. Well, this group of nerds Ron sighed. Leonard, let me ask you, if the store owner has no relatives, or his relatives are in war-torn sensitive areas such as Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, what are you going to do? Continue to wear that funny sweater and fly over to return the DVD? I'm not going to Syria or Iraq to return a DVD of Super Mario Brothers. When Leonard mentioned this, he went crazy again, scratching his skin that was made uncomfortable by the sweater, and rushed to Sheldon angrily. Why don't you seem to care about this? Doesn't your head itch? This was borrowed with your card and it might ruin your credit record. Why doesn't this drive you crazy? Leonard, I have something to say to you. Sheldon finally put down his pen and turned around. But I want you to promise not to get upset like I did just now. What? Sheldon looked calm. 3 years ago, I discovered that the DVD was not returned on time, and I paid to buy this DVD. What? The three exclaimed together, except Ron, because he was the one who drove Sheldon to return it. I was about to tell you, but Ron told me that maybe one day, this incident could teach you a lesson. Fuck, Adam. Leonard was so angry that he threw his sweater on the ground again. He rushed to the small refrigerator in the laboratory and took 2 ice packs to press on himself, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sheldon, are you still a human being? And you, Ron, I have never offended you. Why do you also want to play pranks on me with Sheldon? Really? Do you need me to remind you? Ron stood up and looked down at Leonard with a sinister sneer, scaring Leonard so much that he couldn't help but take a step back. About 3 years ago, when I just moved here, one night Sheldon thought he was sick and asked you to take a throat sample for him, and I happened to be back. You lied to me and said that the cakes I ate were made by you using Sheldon's urine container, which made me vomit all night. But in fact, they were specialties that Penny brought back from her hometown. Do you still remember this? See Chapter 84 for details. After Ron reminded him, memories instantly flooded into Leonard's mind. I thought you had forgotten it. How is that possible? We in the Cooper family have always been the most vengeful. Now we are even. The way you scratched yourself in your sweater just now was really funny. I'm going to give Penny one too. Ron laughed and went out. After he had been gone for a long time, Howard carefully looked at the door to make sure Ron would not come back. Then he muttered to Raj with lingering fear, oh my God, Ron is so terrible. Fortunately, I have never offended him. Rajesh, have you ever offended Ron? No. Rajesh thought for a while and said proudly, even if he did, Ron would definitely not be willing to play a prank on me because I helped him propose last time. He can't thank me enough. Fortunately, Ron had already left and didn't have time to hear Rajesh's stupid words, otherwise he would definitely repay him on the spot. God knows how much trouble Ron caused because of that proposal. Don't think that parents in European and American countries don't urge marriage. In fact, it's just that the degree is different. When it comes to forcing marriage, parents all over the world are the same. He tried his best to get Mary to agree to find time to get engaged within a year, and then discuss the issue of marriage after Collins graduates. There is still plenty of time for Ron to think of a solution. At the entrance of Caltech, Hobbs had been waiting for a long time. "Ron, you finally came out. I can't help it. You have to let me see the end of this good show that I have been waiting for a long time." Ron and Hobbs hugged each other. "If I remember correctly, I just cleaned up the ass for your CIA in Europe, and the nuclear bomb has been handed over. The money for buying the nuclear bomb is my personal income, and I will never give it to you." Ron stared at the muscle man in front of him with a vigilant face. No, you misunderstood. I didn't intend to ask you for that money." Hobbs waved his hand quickly. "I came to you for another matter." "New trouble?" Ron asked tentatively, and Hobbs nodded. "I knew that, but you should also know that we have no subordinate relationship with the IRS and the CIA, so I don't have to listen to your orders." "I know, but this is a special operation. I want to hire you to participate in it in my personal capacity." Ron thought about his increasingly thin wallet and agreed decisively. "This is fine, but the prices, we are willing to pay $10 million, Hobbs said quickly, fearing that Ron would change his mind later. Ron's eyes immediately turned into the shape of US dollars, and Hobbs seemed to hear the crisp sound of a cash register. "Okay, what's the trouble? Tell me." "This is the mission information." Hobbs handed over the folder he had been holding for a long time. "Not long ago, an unknown biological weapon that may change the fate of mankind forever was lost during the escort of MI6, and all the escort members were killed." Stop. Ron suddenly interrupted Hobbs. "What did you say just now? Not long ago?" "Stop, not this sentence. The previous sentence." Ron interrupted Hobbs again. Hobbs asked tentatively, "We are willing to pay $10 million. "Yes, that's it." Ron shook his head helplessly. "This job is too dangerous. $10 million is not enough. We have to pay more." Chapter 384. Going to London again. Los Angeles night, in front of Gerald nightclub. "Hey, handsome boy, how much do you want per night?" A gorgeously dressed woman in her 40s squeezed in front of Ron, flirtatiously winked, and waved a roll of green dollars in front of Ron's eyes, and also waved a piece of flesh deliberately exposed on the old lady's chest. "Sorry, we only sell our bodies, not FXXK. I mean, we are just here for fun, not for selling." Ron pushed the woman away and complained to Hobbs beside him. "I told you a long time ago to change your clothes. My God, don't you have a piece of clothes in your closet that is not tight? Even I look like a duck when I walk with you." "This is the 9th one today." Ron looked helplessly at Hobbs next to him, who was wearing a sexy tight vest inside and a denim jacket outside as usual, with a helpless look on his face. He began to regret now, regretting that he should have agreed to the price as soon as Hobbs mentioned the price to $30 million. In his opinion, this meager income is nothing compared to the sex he paid tonight. Since he came here to spy, this is the 9th middle-aged woman who has come to chat with him for money, and the culprit of all this is Hobbs next to him. "Hobbs, it's the 15th one." Sure enough, when women reach a certain age, they not only have greater needs, but also heavier tastes. "Sorry, my informant said he has arrived. We can go over now." Hobbs looked at the information on his mobile phone and suddenly stood up. Hobbs didn't have much information about biological weapons. He only knew that the thing was lost, and even the anonymous person didn't explain the specific situation of the virus, or he knew it but deliberately didn't say it. In Ron's opinion, all this is more worthy of doubt from whose hands this thing came. Ron even suspected that this thing might be jointly developed by Britain and the United States, and the thing that would cause a major world crisis in the future would be a simplified version of this thing. Unfortunately, Mason hadn't sent back any information yet, so when Ron heard Hobbs mention the word biological weapons, he was so excited. He was just worrying about not having the chance to get in touch with related things, and Hobbs handed him a pillow. What good thing is this? However, in order to prevent Hobbs from seeing his intentions, Ron still refused for a while, and by the way, he extorted some money from the CIA before agreeing. The two of them walked through the busy hall and backstage in turn, and came to the last room behind the tattoo room. The skinny Mexican man inside was their target tonight, and the circle of men around him who looked difficult to mess with would become an obstacle to the action. "Who are you?" The skinny man was alert, and even his men gathered around nervously. "Good evening, I'm the Texas cowboy you are talking about." Ron took off his hat with a non-existent hat, and before the other person's expression of astonishment ended, he suddenly attacked. With the tip of his toes, a jab suddenly hit the skinny man's neck. The skinny man immediately knelt on the ground, holding his neck. At the same time as Ron attacked, Hobbs also attacked suddenly. He grabbed the collar of one of his men, lifted him up and threw him onto another man, then grabbed the arm that was strangling his neck and threw him forward with force. The unlucky guy who overestimated his own strength and planned to attack him from behind was thrown to the ground by the shoulder. Oh, how pitiful! Ron couldn't help but feel pain for that man. The fat man next to him saw Ron's clone, seized the opportunity, touched his pocket, a flash of cold light, and a dagger stabbed Ron's waist. Just when he thought he was about to succeed and began to imagine the painful and twisted expression on Ron's face after he succeeded, his hand holding the knife was suddenly grasped tightly by a big hand like an iron clamp. The fat man stabbed forward with force, but the dagger seemed to be fixed and could not move forward. He looked up in horror and happened to meet Ron's playful smile. No, Ron smiled and shook his finger at him. "I don't think sneak attacks are a good habit. Come on, how about giving this to me?" Ron couldn't help but separate and snatch the dagger from his hand, as easy as snatching a lollipop from a 3-year-old child, and then nailed his hand to the table with his backhand. Ah, the fat man screamed in pain, and Ron certainly couldn't let him keep screaming like that, so he punched him in the head again, making him faint from the pain. So far, Hobbs has also dealt with a few minions. "Nice job, you're not bad either, no one was in the way." Ron picked up the skinny man's collar and threw him on the tattoo chair. "Lend me this." Ron picked up the tattoo gun and pointed it at the skinny man's head. "What are you going to do?" No. Wrong answer. Ron shot the skinny man in the forehead. "This is a question and answer game. The rules are, I ask questions and you answer them. Do you understand? If you understand, let's do it again." The skinny man nodded in horror to show that he understood, because he knew that Ron would not just talk, he would really do it. "Okay, then it's my turn to talk this time." Ron pressed the tattoo gun, making a buzzing sound. "I'm tracking the supervirus mentioned by someone on the dark web, and I'm preparing for an auction. Tell me about it." "I swear, I really don't know." The skinny man shook his head vigorously. Tisk tisk, wrong answer. "I see you want to suffer again." "I really don't know." Ron put a finger to his mouth to stop him from talking. "Listen, although my patience is very limited, I just happen to have plenty of time. I'm going to ask you one last time. This time, think about the answer. If your answer still can't satisfy me, I will tattoo a copy of Hamlet on your head, and my good friend will tattoo a copy of Romeo and Juliet on your other little head. Do you understand?" After Ron finished speaking, Hobbs also picked up a tattoo gun from the side and stared at his crotch with ill intentions, scaring the skinny man so much that his anus tightened. "Now, I'll ask you one last time, how much do you know about that virus?" "I'll tell you everything." The skinny man's crotch was wet. "That's the CT-17 virus, a biochemical weapon that can be programmed to target a specific race. People on the street call it Snowflake. I just sold the intelligence that MI6 was escorting it." "I don't know anything else," Hobbs quickly asked. "A CIA agent betrayed and took the virus away. Now I want to know who you sold the information to." But this time, the skinny man didn't answer directly like before, but his whole body was shaking, revealing a very scared look. Ron knew that it must be the organization that bought the intelligence from him that made him so panicked, and he couldn't help but become curious. But his way of curiosity was different from Hobbs's. Hobbs only made verbal threats, but Ron would really do it. To be or not to be, that is the question, Ron recited as he tattooed words on the skinny man's face, and the skinny man began to scream because of Ron's actions, but Ron didn't care. Instead, he glared at Hobbs in reproach. "Hobbs, why are you still standing there like an idiot? Get to work. If you don't remember the original text, you can Google it on your phone." "No." Hobbs suppressed his nausea and pulled down the skinny man's pants. "I was just thinking about how to tattoo a Shakespeare play on such a small thing. Is there a magnifying glass here?" "Oh, I'm sorry, it's my fault." Ron showed an apologetic expression. "I'm too used to measuring others by my own size. How about this? The size of the sonnet you helped him tattoo is not enough. Forget it. Just write okay. That space is only enough to write this word, no." I said, "It's Aideen." "God," I said it, "please let me go." Seeing Hobbs' tattoo gun getting closer and closer, the skinny man finally broke down and cried very shamefully. "That's a good boy." Ron threw the tattoo gun away and patted his face. Just when the skinny man relaxed his vigilance, he suddenly pressed his head against the backrest and the skinny man fainted. "Hobbs, I think we are in trouble now." Back in the car, Ron's expression immediately became solemn. "Why do you say that, Aideen? This is a global terrorist organization that has always believed in social Darwinism and advocates killing some inferior races so that humans can evolve better. Perhaps you don't know that Sapphire, who was killed by us before, and several other related drug dealers, are more or less deeply connected with them. If that's the case, can't we just apply for the army to kill them?" Hobbs asked, puzzled. "No, they are too powerful. They have even penetrated into every aspect of every government organization in the world. They have people everywhere." Ron shook his head. "Have you seen the Avengers? They are like the Hydra organization in it. They not only have powerful strength, but also countless black technologies." "No way. It's just a terrorist organization." Hobbs expressed his disbelief, with an expression that he thought I was scared. "Remember the golden circle that I got rid of before?" Hobbs nodded. "Of course I remember. I was deeply impressed. Their technology in biological viruses and robots is really amazing." "Wait, you don't mean—" "Yes, that's what you think." Ron sighed helplessly. "That drug trafficking trust is just a money-making machine launched by Aideen. You don't really think that a group of uneducated drug dealers can come up with so many black technologies that universities haven't come up with?" "Right." Ron had wondered before during the Golden Circle incident, why a drug dealer who graduated from a business school, who obviously didn't have any scientists working for her, could have advanced robots and mechanical arms that even Howard was amazed by. Especially the mechanical arm. In Howard's words, if the material factor is not taken into account, because he really can't find a material similar to vibranium in reality, the ability of the mechanical arm is basically the same as that shown in the comics. Don't forget that Howard is recognized as the strongest engineer in the world's top universities. From his mouth, Aideen's technological strength can be seen. "What should we do now?" Hobbs began to have a headache after being told by Ron. "First, we need to find the agent who turned against us. My experience tells me that from now on, all the information that is not seen with our own eyes may be false information that the other party has given us through various channels. Maybe there is another hidden story behind this matter." "Okay, I'll go book our tickets to London now." Hobbs's greatest advantage is that he always does what he says. He immediately took out his mobile phone to book a ticket, but was stopped by Ron. "No, it's not us, it's you." "Why?" Ron patted Hobbs on the shoulder. "If you want to take the risk, settle your family first. Call Rebecca and tell her that Uncle Ron will pick her up tomorrow, and I will send her to a completely safe place." Hobbs said gratefully, "Thank you, you're welcome. In addition, you won't have to worry about the operation in the UK. I will arrange for you to have an excellent agent who is familiar with the UK to work with you in the UK." "Who? Is it Arthur?" "I have always admired Arthur's skills. It's really great to be able to work with him," Hobbs said excitedly when he heard that there was more manpower. He has been envious of the strength of Ron's men for a long time, especially Arthur. If he can help, it will definitely be even more powerful. Ron smiled mysteriously. "You are very close to guessing, but let me keep you in suspense. I will definitely give you a surprise when you arrive in England. Before that, I need to settle our families first." Dealing with a psychopath like Aideen, Ron was most worried about his family, but fortunately, he had Forrest Gump and his gang to protect him in his hometown, so he shouldn't worry too much. The real trouble was his own women in Los Angeles. There were too many of them, and they were too scattered. In order to protect them, Ron could only send Hobbs' daughter Rebecca to the Gallagher family, and together with Fiona Hope, they were protected by the Smiths. Caroline and Max's home was very close to Doreto's auto repair shop. Ron only needed to make a phone call to let the leader of the Los Angeles drag race protect them personally. Giselle was an agent herself, so she had no problem protecting herself. As for Peggy, with her IQ, it was good enough that she didn't bully others. Who could bully her? Besides, almost no one knew about Ron's relationship with her, so the fire could never burn her. The most obvious and dangerous person left was Collins. Ron needed to think of a way. Thinking of this, Ron found her number and called her. "Good evening, dear. I want to discuss something with you. I have a problem with my side job recently. Do you mind keeping an eye on it for me? Don't worry, it won't take long. It will only take about a week. It's a beautiful island. If you are willing, I will ask someone to pick you up tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385 London Operation. I heard you sent a helper to Hobbs? Yes, that's right, Deckard Shaw, you should be impressed. He's the most familiar with Britain among my capable experts. How about it? 30 million, you can't afford to suffer a loss or be deceived, but you can buy one and get one free, and get a top-level agent. How about it? Are you happy? Ron said hard on the phone like a profiteer selling fake and shoddy goods on the street. This call was from an anonymous person. It can be said that he is impressed. He is indeed a very capable person, but I still want you to go there in person. You know, this is related to the fate of the whole world. The lives of all mankind are in the hands of you three. I know, don't worry, I will go there soon, but before that, I believe they will put aside their prejudices and join hands to save the world. In London, CIA Operations Branch, Hobbs finally met the partner that Ron arranged for him. Ron was right. His guess was indeed very close, but it was the answer he least wanted. Why is it you? Hobbs' face was full of disgust. I don't want to work with this guy. I get angry when I see him. I don't want to either. This big fool knows how to use his strength when he gets involved in anything, and he will definitely be finished, because he has no brains. Do you know? Even his head is full of muscles. In an instant, the two of them cursed each other for more than a dozen sentences, from appearance to voice, from each other to family members. The agents who were helping nearby looked at the two people who disliked each other, let alone going up to separate them, and even dared not to interrupt. Didn't you see that the two people, one carrying a chair and the other pulling a table, were ready to fight? If you go in at this time, if you become the target of the two people's concentrated fire, you will definitely die miserably. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. Okay, it seems a bit troublesome to ask you to cooperate directly. Ron's voice suddenly came from the office speakers. How about this? Now you act separately. Whoever finds the betrayed agent first will win. The two glared at each other and finally calmed down, which was regarded as approving Ron's proposal. On the streets of London, Guan Yuming asked the person beside him, "Are you sure you don't need to worry about them?" Next to him, Ron, dressed like a gangster, closed his phone, pushed up his sunglasses and shook his head. Less than an hour after Hobbs left, Ron had already arranged everything and boarded a plane to London with Guan Yuming under a fake identity, arriving just a little later than Hobbs. No need, it's just finding someone, I believe they will handle it. Ron was full of confidence in his two old opponents, but this time it's not that simple. There are several places in the investigation report that I don't understand, so I want to see it myself. Ron said this. Of course, he also had another meaning, that is, leaving Hobbs and the other two in the light, while he was in the dark, so that it would be more convenient to act in the light and the dark, but this didn't need to be said explicitly. Guan Yuming, who had started reading Sun Tzu's Art of War after retirement, naturally understood. That's here, my old friend helped us by an hour. If you look, hurry up. Guan Yuming pulled the cordon and made a new gesture. This was where the virus was lost. Inside the cordon, everything was left as it was except for the body, and the original position of the body was replaced by a scene report and a scene photo. With a little imagination, it was almost the same as the first scene. Ron walked around the scene, memorized all the details, then closed his eyes and imitated Sherlock to recreate the whole scene in his mind. When he opened his eyes, there was no confusion in his eyes. I was suspicious before I came here, and now I am finally sure that the agent who turned against us must have been wrongly accused. Why do you say that? Guan Yuming also walked around the scene twice, but found nothing, and asked in confusion. First, look at this place. Ron led Guan Yuming to the location of the deceased marked with a white line, picked up the photo of the body and the autopsy report and handed them to Guan Yuming. Look at this man. His cause of death was actually stabbed to death by a brick. Is there any problem with this? Please, do you know how difficult this is? Ron patted old Guan on the shoulder speechlessly. Use a brick, insert it into the chest, and the brick does not have any sharp edges. How did she poke the brick in? Is she born with great strength, or is the unfortunate dead guy born without bones? Guan Yuming suddenly realized, you conclude that she is wrong based on this. Of course, not only this, but also here. Ron pulled Guan Yuming to the back of the truck transporting the virus, took the photo of the betrayed female agent and placed it on the fist dent on the back door. This dent is obviously caused by someone guarding the virus sample in the car, and the person who snatched the virus was outside punching the door. If the virus was really brought by this woman, tell me, can you imagine such a beautiful woman having a pair of fists as big as sandbags? Or a woman who is 1.7 meters tall having a pair of size 46 feet? Ron finally tapped the shoe prints on the ground with his foot. The size of the shoes was just about the same as the shoes on his feet, both size 46. I can't imagine it, Guan Yuming thought hard, but finally shook his head in giving up. But if it wasn't her who did it? Who did it? I don't know, but I can roughly infer what he looks like. Ron took out a tape measure from his pocket and measured the footprints, then re-observed the scene from a critical perspective, and finally spoke again. First of all, the attacker is a male, about 185 centimeters tall and below 190 centimeters tall. I think he should be around 188 centimeters tall. Guan Yuming was confused. How did you deduce this? There is a close functional relationship between a person's stride and height. According to the formula, it is easy to calculate the approximate range. In addition, when a person punches, if he is not attacking a specific target, he is accustomed to hitting a position that is level with his shoulder. This dent further proves my reasoning. Guan Yuming couldn't help but marvel at Ron's reasoning. What else? Are there any other clues? Also, there should be more than one attacker. He has accomplices. Look at the tire wear marks on the ground over there. There should be at least 6 motorcycles caused by them. And we all know that according to the intelligence provided by MI6, they only sent a truck to escort secretly. Therefore, these wear marks can only be caused by the group who planned to steal the virus. Wait, Guan Yuming suddenly heard something wrong in Ron's words. What do you mean by people who planned to steal the virus? Didn't you just say that the female agent was wronged, Guan? These two statements are not contradictory. Ron shrugged and explained patiently. Think about it, if the guys who planned to steal the virus got it, why would they waste their energy to put all the blame on an innocent agent? If they want to get something, it would be more effective to use the virus to threaten them directly, so I conclude that they must not have gotten the virus. The virus should still be in the hands of the wrongly accused agent, so they framed her as a traitor, so that she would lose the help of her original companions and fall into a state of isolation and helplessness. Only in this way can it be more convenient for them to snatch the virus again. Of course, these inferences are not difficult. If the gentleman hiding and watching the show over there does not have any special purpose, I think with his wisdom, he can definitely see it. Am I right, Mikif? Ron said, casting his eyes on the sundries piled up next to him. Papa. After a sparse applause, a British gentleman with an umbrella tucked under his armpit and clapping his hands really turned out from behind the sundries. Wow, what a wonderful deduction, Mr. Cooper. Mycroft looked at Ron with appreciation, as if he had never known him before. Sherlock's evaluation of you as an idiot is really his biggest mistake. For a moment just now, I thought it was my unlovable brother who was deducing. Tell me, the American cowboy who does what he says, or the great detective with meticulous thinking, which one is the real you? The flickering street lights cast a bright and dark light on Mycroft's profile. For some reason, Guan Yuming suddenly thought of the venomous snake he had seen on the battlefield in Vietnam. He couldn't help but touch his pistol. Who is he? Guan Yuming asked in Chinese. Just a self-righteous foreigner, Ron also answered in Chinese. Ahem, McAvey coughed awkwardly, and in front of Ron and Guan Yuming's shocked gazes, he actually spoke in Chinese. I don't think it's a gentleman's thing to say bad things about others to their faces. Besides, from the perspective of your men, you and I should both be considered as white people. Ron, you haven't answered my question yet? Which one is the real you? At the end, McAvey's venomous gaze turned to Ron again. Of course it's the cowboy. I was just bored recently, so I read some of your brother's tweets. Although not many people pay attention to it, we all know that the things he wrote are real useful information for practitioners, right? Ron looked directly into McAvey's eyes without fear. In comparison, I would like to know more about how a lie that is so easy to see through would be delivered to the hands of allies in an intelligence agency like MI6 in a definite way, or, can I believe now that there are 500 swordsmen lying in ambush outside this alley, waiting for you to smash the cup as a signal, and then they will come in and catch us all in one fell swoop? Ron was a little surprised that Mikhail could speak Chinese. However, Since everyone was speaking Chinese now, Ron simply used an illusion from China as an analogy. Ron didn't believe that the other party would not understand. "No, you misunderstood," Mikov shook his head. "If I really intended to kill you, I would not show up at all. Even if you don't have confidence in me, you should have confidence in your skills." 0.119 seconds, Mr. Cooper. 0.119 seconds. Guan Yuming looked at Ron puzzledly. Ron hurriedly said unhappily before he could move his gaze further down, "Please add an adjective before 0.119 seconds, the holder of the world's fastest gun drawing and shooting record. Thank you, otherwise people will think that I am not capable in that area." Cough cough cough. Mikov almost choked to death on his own saliva this time. "I didn't come here to talk to you about this, I just want to tell you that this matter is very complicated. Although I should provide you with some help, I can't help you this time due to the infiltration of MI6 like a sieve. In addition, I'll give you a piece of advice, don't trust anyone before all the problems are resolved. The enemy this time is far more powerful than you think." "Of course I know, Aideen, right?" Ron shrugged easily. "It's just a brainwashed cult. Why are you all afraid to even mention their names like you did to Voldemort?" "Okay, it seems you know, then my mission is accomplished." McVeigh looked at Ron with a complicated expression, took out an envelope from his pocket and put it on the glove box. "This is the greatest help I can provide to you in my personal name. Goodbye." After that, McVeigh opened the umbrella, walked into the alley without looking back, and disappeared in the night. It's not raining but he's still holding an umbrella? Why does this person look so inexplicable? What does he mean? Guan Yuming said that he was old and really couldn't understand it. Nothing, it's just that a politician can't bear to see the largest purge in human history happen on the one hand, and on the other hand, he doesn't want to offend the big moneybags who can manipulate the election results. As for holding an umbrella, it's nothing more than using the umbrella to cover up the fact that he has been here under the camera lens. Ron spat disdainfully and opened the envelope, but maybe the things he left behind can really come in handy. While Ron and Mycroft were having this unplanned meeting, Hobbs and Deckard each had different gains. After Deckard Shaw found out that the defecting agent was his sister, he went straight to his sister's residence, but there was no one in the residence. There was only a trap left by his sister and an MI6 agent waiting for him. Deckard took a lot of effort to get out. Hobbs' progress was even more gratifying. He actually found the defecting agent himself. "A lot of dangerous people are looking for you." Hobbs stopped her at a street corner. "Are you one of them?" "That depends on what happens in the next 30 seconds. Hobbs walked up to the woman and said, "Choose a method first. Are you going to use force or civil means? This is a really difficult choice." "I need to think about it carefully," the woman said with a thoughtful look. Just when Hobbs relaxed his vigilance a little, the woman suddenly picked up the motorcycle helmet next to him and swung it at Hobbs' head. Doing Hobbs' head was hit right on the head. The woman succeeded in her first strike, and before Hobbs could react, she immediately swung another helmet from bottom to top. This time, her goal was Hobbs' key organs. "Duanga!" Hobbs screamed. It looks really painful." In the attic in the distance, Ron, who was observing this side with a telescope, couldn't help but feel sorry for Hobbs. "I really don't know if his poor caterpillar can still be used this time, boss. Don't we need to help?" Guan Yuming said worriedly. "No, not at all. She's just a woman. The big guy will take care of her. What we need to worry about is tomorrow. Believe me, as soon as Hobbs takes her to the CIA branch, they will be attacked immediately. We can take action then." Chapter 386 London Chase. CIA London Special Operations Division. On the floor above, Ron and Guan Yuming had lurked here early in the disguise of cleaners, and successfully hacked into the CIA's internal monitoring line. On this internal line, they can not only see every move inside the CIA Special Operations Division through the camera, but also hear the conversation inside. "I thought it would take a lot of effort, but I didn't expect it to be so easy. Has the CIA been so lazy that it doesn't even check the empty house upstairs?" Guan Yuming complained while checking the equipment. Ron felt that this time when he returned to the UK, Guan Yuming's mental state was obviously much better than when he left last time. Basically, he had completely recovered from the pain. Ron believed that this should be related to his marriage to his confidant, and the recognition of his brother's son who he had just found through the search for relatives, which rekindled his hope for life. You know how lame the CIA is right now. They can't even find a decent agent, and they have to rely on the FBI to borrow a second-rate character like Hobbs to hold the scene. That's why I think that Adine's group of lunatics will definitely attack the CIA branch and snatch away the female agent who flirted with Hobbs yesterday. Yesterday, Hobbs's capture of the female agent was a normal fight at the beginning, but as the fight went on, Ron found that something was wrong. The two of them used various postures. If you knew, you would think it was a new series of secret investigators. Ron was shocked. They did it like this on the street. Hobbs really knows how to play, it's really FBI style. The older Guan Yuming simply covered his eyes. Bah. Shameless. I turned off the lights when I did this. Come to think of it, I saw the information of that female agent. Her name is Heidi Shaw. Could she be related to Dyke? Guan Yuming re-examined the photo and the information. The more he looked, the more he felt that she was somewhat similar to his colleague. No doubt, she is Dyke's sister. By the way, speaking of relatives, what is the name of your brother's son? Jack Chen? Guan Yuming's face was filled with a kind look when talking about his eldest nephew. My eldest brother died early, so he changed his surname to Chen, taking my mother's surname. Ron's hand shook as he was checking the equipment, and he almost pulled out the grenade pin and dropped it on the ground. What? Jack Chen? Your nephew is not just an action actor, and he has a son who is addicted to drugs and is not doing well, right? What are you talking about? Guan Yuming asked curiously. He is just an antique dealer who makes a living by reselling cultural relics. Wait, the sound is coming in. Guan Yuming made a gesture to silence and turned the knob to turn up the volume. Just in time to catch the most exciting part. Heidi Shaw took the opportunity when Hobbs answered the phone and suddenly attacked. She snatched the gun of the rookie guarding her and pointed the gun at Hobbs's big bald head. Hobbs naturally couldn't let a woman subdue him, so he went to grab the gun as soon as possible. When the two were arguing, Deckard Shaw suddenly broke in. Hobbs. Take your sausage claws away from me. Deckard angrily pointed the gun at Hobbs's big hands that were twisting Heidi's feet. What are you doing here? Heidi was not happy, and she let go of Hobbs and pointed the gun at Deckard instead. Of course I'm here to save you. I don't need you to save me. No, this is my territory. You and your girlfriend are not allowed to go anywhere. Hobbs finally had the chance to pull out his pistol and pointed it at Heidi. In his eyes, the most important thing was the mission. Of course, it's hard to say how jealous his tone was. What girlfriend? Fortunately, Dyke's next sentence dispelled all his jealousy. This girl is my sister. Hobbs looked at Dyke's bald head on his left, then at Heidi with thick hair on his right, and shook his head firmly. No, you can't have such a beautiful sister. Ha ha ha. Ron almost laughed to tears, pointing at the screen. Guan, believe it or not, Hobbs must have changed his mind. What he wanted to say at the beginning was definitely, no, you can't have a sister with such thick hair. Guan Yuming held up his chin and couldn't help smiling. I think he has already tacitly accepted their relationship in his heart. Boss, do you think Hobbs is just interested in Dyke's sister? Since yesterday, I felt that there was something wrong with these two people. The one who arrested people didn't look like arresting people, and the one who ran away didn't look like running away. No doubt, they must be interested in each other. Maybe when this crisis is over, we need to prepare a red envelope for the newlyweds. Ron nodded and gossiped. However, when the time comes, it will be a question whether we will count on the man's side or the woman's side. FXXK, do you think these two guys have discussed it in advance and joined forces to do this just to cheat me out of an extra red envelope? Guan Yuming rolled his eyes and said nothing, thinking, you are so rich, but you still care about the money in the red envelope? Are all rich people so stingy? However, just as Ron and Guan Yuming were gossiping about what it would be like if Hobbs and Deckard Shaw became relatives, something strange happened. A stun bomb suddenly fell from above and exploded precisely on the floor of the CIA branch, blowing their exterior glass into pieces. 3 ropes tied to 3 fully armed attackers were lowered from the roof. There is an enemy attack. Ron, you guessed it right. What should we do now? Guan Yuming's ears were buzzing, but he still shouted loudly while suppressing his nausea. FXXK. Do as we agreed. Ron scratched his ears uncomfortably, picked up a sledgehammer from the ground and smashed it against the outer wall glass. 80. Open. The glass was smashed to pieces. Guan Yuming took a step forward and handed Ron a hydraulic shear. He also took one and walked to the window. At this time, the black attacker below had already carried Heidi on his shoulders and began to descend quickly. Ron and Guan Yuming looked at each other at the same time, and now they cut the ropes of the other 2 attackers at the same time. With 2 long screams, the 2 attackers lost the protection of the ropes and fell to the bottom of the building, smashing into meat paste. At this time, Hobbs and Dick had already reacted. One person slid down along the rope together, and the other took the elevator to chase down. Should we go to help? Guan Yuming looked down and asked worriedly. Of course, Ron put on a skull mask, but you are old, don't bother going down, just help me cover. After saying that, Ron hung the rope hook on the pipe next to him and slid down the wall. Bastards! Your Punisher dad is here. The voice changed by the voice changer hummed from the mask, and at the same time, Ron's Scar assault rifle also spewed flames as he fell. 222 because he was afraid of accidentally injuring the hostages, a series of bullets instantly killed the next two attackers on the ground. Ron did not stop, but inserted another grenade into the grenade launcher stuck on the tactical rail. How about tasting this, big guy? Ron aimed at the car and fired a grenade. Boom! The explosion overturned the attacker's car. Ron had just landed on the ground and he quickly observed the situation on the ground. Hobbs was facing a black man, and it seemed that they were about to fight. As Dek Shaw said, he was a muscle man without brains. Couldn't you just pick up a gun and shoot him in the head? Dek Shaw was not very smart. He fought with several attackers. Finally, in a confrontation, he snatched the weapon of one of the attackers and fired at the attackers around him, instantly knocking down a lot of people. After doing this, Dek's eyes happened to meet Ron's. A special tacit understanding came to his mind. The two of them shamelessly fired at the black man who was looking at Hobbs at the same time. 222. Although the black man had his back to the two of them, he lowered his head and bent down at the moment the two opened fire. The bullets from the rifle and submachine gun hid a string of sparks on the black man's back, but they couldn't hurt him at all. The black man turned around and grinned. FK, Ron threw the magazine at the black man's face, and then he hid behind the pillar, replaced the magazine with a full one, and loaded another grenade. Just when the black man turned his head, Hobbs finally saw the opportunity, flew over and punched the black man in the head. Boom! The black man staggered forward 2 steps, immediately regained his balance, and turned around immediately. Come on, crooked guy, Hobbs waved his hand proudly, and then punched him again. But this time he didn't have the good luck just now. Just when his fist was halfway through, the black man grabbed his fist and pulled it back, and then punched Hobbs in the stomach with another heavy punch. The huge force actually hit him backwards, and he crashed into a car on the side of the road before stopping. FK. FK. What the hell is this thing? Ron saw the scene as soon as he leaned out, and was shocked. Hobbs' weight is about 120 kilograms, and the distance he just flew backwards is about 4 meters. How much work did the black man do? For some reason, such a question suddenly appeared in Ron's mind. Of course, he didn't know the answer. Even if he knew, he would be too lazy to calculate it, but he knew that this black man was definitely not a normal human being. FXXK, Ron cursed in his heart again. What kind of a hell movie is this? When did Dwayne Johnson play such a perverted movie? Ron felt that the world was getting more and more out of his control. Guan, where's your support firepower? Ron flashed back behind the pillar and yelled at Guan Yuming. But not only Guan Yuming's voice came from the intercom, but also bursts of gunfire. I was entangled by the CIA and was trying to get out. They seemed to think that I was in the same group with the attackers. This bunch of losers. Ron put away the intercom angrily. They can't even distinguish the most basic enemies and friends. What if Guan Yuming's firepower support is not available? Ron had no choice but to get out from behind the pillar again. This time it was Deckard Shaw who fought with a black man, and Hobbs finally didn't force his way in after getting up from the ground. He picked up a tactical vest of the attacker who had been killed, pulled out the pins of the 3 grenades on it, and threw it under the car next to the black man along with his clothes. Boom! The shock wave of the explosion overturned the car and pressed on the black man. The agile Deckard immediately seized the opportunity to start the car and drove in front of his sister. Get in the car. Heidi and Hobbs got into the car and drove away. 2 idiots. Is there no one to reload the gun? Ron curled his lips. Since they forgot, let me do it. As he said that, a grenade flew out of the gun barrel and pierced under the car. With a boom, the car was overturned again, and the arm of the black man under it was blown off. What is this, a Terminator? Ron opened his mouth in shock, because he saw that only a little blood flowed from the black man's broken arm, and the flesh wrapped in the broken part was not bone, but something similar to a metal arm part. Damn it, you dare to destroy my body. I will kill you, you damn bug. The black man rushed towards Ron angrily. Even if you are a Terminator, so what? Go to hell. Ron had never been underestimated so much since his debut. He moved his fingers and a tongue of fire spurted out from the muzzle of the gun. The black man who was halfway through the charge saw that the situation was not good and quickly dodged behind the car next to him. Ron was even more surprised. This man was not only incredibly agile, but also had an incredible ability to predict the trajectory of bullets. It was like he was cheating. Buzz. Ron was about to continue firing when he suddenly heard the roar of a motorcycle behind him. He felt even more uneasy and quickly rolled on the ground and dodged to the side. He had just left when a string of bullets hit the place where he had just stood. Ron looked back and saw two motorcyclists with submachine guns speeding towards him. In between them was a motorcycle that was unmanned but could run on its own. Well, after seeing so many strange black technologies, Ron had become numb to an automatic driving motorcycle. The two riders stood still, and another round of bullets pressed Ron down, and the black man glared at the place where Ron was hiding. Under the pressure of the mission, he got on the bike and chased in the direction where Hobbs and the others had left. Just as Ron was anxious, Guan Yuming's voice sounded in the intercom at the right time. "Boss, I've gotten away. Where are you? I'll drive to pick you up." The main entrance of the building. "Come quickly." In less than a minute, an off-road vehicle drove in front of Ron. It was Guan Yuming. "Boss, are we going to chase them now?" Guan Yuming waited for Ron to get in the car, and immediately started the car while driving. But this time Ron did not reply to him immediately. Instead, he hesitated for a moment before saying, "No, I believe they can get away with their driving skills. Let's go to a hiding place in the suburbs." Chapter 387 18 Base. Deckard Shaw's underground hideout. As a former world-renowned terrorist, Deckard certainly knows the principle of a cunning rabbit having three burrows. He had prepared several hideouts in the UK early on, and this underground garage is one of them. "Can you tell me who that black pervert who can't be killed by bullets is?" Ron's face appeared on Deckard Shaw's computer screen. "It's a long story. He was originally dead. I shot him in the head 8 years ago, so the Terminator has returned. No wonder he can manipulate the media." Ron changed the screen to a news page showing fugitives. On it, photos of Deckard Shaw and Hobbs were listed prominently. "Congratulations, you have won the international news column. How about it? Do you want to consider debuting as an idol after you are released from prison?" Obviously they have controlled the media. I have heard rumors about these people before and thought they were all made up. I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Hey. My photos are not handsome at all in their photos. Ron saw that Hobbs was still in the mood to show off at this time. He knew that they didn't take it to heart, and he finally felt a little relieved. The most important thing for an agent is the mentality. No matter what time, you must keep your brain in an absolutely calm state. Only in this way can you deal with the problem in the most correct way. However, Aideen is really resourceful. He can make a big media like BBC repeat the news about Hobbs and others all day long, and portray them as unforgivable villains in the news. This method is worthy of the old yin-yang man BBC. "Okay, you look good. In this case, I will introduce you to a new friend." Ron switched the screen back to video mode, moved away from the camera, and revealed the old man tied to the chair behind him. "This is the scientist who studied the virus, Heidi. Let him see what he has done." Heidi stretched her hand in front of the camera, and 3 petal-like wounds were clearly visible. Ron grabbed his collar directly. "Now, tell us everything you know." The scientist was surprised. "Oh my god, when did she come into contact with it?" "About 30 hours. In that case, the capsule is still intact." The scientist patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. "So, how do we make it ineffective?" "That's not an easy task." The scientist shook his head and said fearfully, "It is not controlled by any gene sequence and is fatal to everyone. In another 72 hours, it will dissolve and infect her. The virus will spread through the air, and within a week, no one in the world will be spared." "Then why did you develop this thing?" Ron questioned. "Because I am one of them." The scientist lowered his head. "They claimed that they could save the world with technology, and I believed them. I invented the snowflake virus to be a carrier of the vaccine and make it a panacea to heal the world. But they transformed it into programmable doomsday. The virus will attack the weakest individuals, those who are not worthy of their transformation." "As a scientist, you are so stupid," Deckard Shaw complained. "No, I've seen stupider ones than him." Ron thought of the physicist and his family inside, but maybe it is this kind of disregard for conspiracy that allows them to be more obsessed with science. "Who cares? I have 2 Nobel Prizes anyway," the scientist said casually. Fortunately, Sheldon is not here. Otherwise he would be jealous again after hearing this. Sheldon has worked so hard until now, but he has not won a Nobel Prize. Okay, we can talk about small talk later. Now I want to know how to get the virus out. Ron patted the table and said seriously. There are two ways. The first one is very simple. On the other side of the video, three people stared at the screen nervously. The scientists' words rekindled their hope, but they didn't expect the next sentence to immediately bring them back to the bottom, that is to kill her, and burn her body immediately to prevent the virus from spreading through the body. That's impossible. Just say the second one. Ron simply refused. There is a device that can take the virus out of her body and keep her alive. That's the choice I want. Ron interrupted quickly. Where's that device? I was just about to say this. They can't get it at all. It's in Adine's laboratory, where Snowflake is developed. That secret black technology base is guarded by Adine's army and is hidden in the most desolate place in Russia. Even if you go there, you will just die in vain. The scientist spread his hands, indicating that he was powerless, but Ron did not intend to give up. Tell me, if you make another similar machine, how long will it take you? I can't make the machine. That's made by the engineers there. It took their top engineers more than 2 months from design to completion. I don't think you have enough time. Well, Ron originally planned to let him send the design requirements to Howard and let Howard make one, but now it seems that the third way designed by Ron is not feasible. So, there is only one way left, which is to go to Russia. Okay, I have an old friend in Moscow. We have known each other for many years. She and her gang are visiting the local criminal gangs, especially the local criminal gangs in Russia. I can go to her for help. Dyke was the first to speak. Ron thought about it and still felt that it would be better to act separately, so he agreed. Okay, you, Hobbs and Heidi will go. You don't have to report all your actions to me. We will go now and see if we can provide you with some support. As for you, Ron cast his eyes on the helpless scientist. If you hide like this, you will be caught by Adine's people sooner or later. I have a very safe private island with a research institute there. Would you like to live there? Of course, the scientist was ecstatic. In the middle of the extremely desolate permafrost plain in the south-central part of Russia, an old power station that looked dilapidated from the outside had a very abnormal number of vehicles coming in and out. Not surprisingly, this was Adine's base. Guan, how are Hobbs and the others? Ron asked the co-pilot on a large truck hidden in the birch forest. More than an hour ago, they found a local gang and borrowed equipment from them. Then the gang handed Heidi to Adine's people for them. I guess their purpose is to make them think that they have caught someone and let down their guard, so as to achieve the purpose of sneaking in easily. By the way, it is particularly worth mentioning that they also took a large amount of high explosives from the gang, which is estimated to be enough to blow the entire thermal power plant to the ground. But I still don't know how the two of them plan to sneak in. Ron, do you know what their plan is? Guan Yuming took out a form and reported. It was what he got after communicating with the female gang leader. What's interesting is that this female gang leader is not only Diksha's ex-girlfriend, but also one of Orlov's strategic partners in the arms business, so everything went so smoothly. Of course, Ron looked up and glanced at the patrol fighters flying in the sky. The guards on the ground are too strict, and the drainage channel is too dirty, so I guess they will definitely go from the sky. From the sky, Guan Yuming looked up and saw two small black dots ejected from a plane. He was stunned. What a crazy idea. I thought you were crazy enough, but I didn't expect your men to be even crazier than you. So, you see, compared with their infiltration methods, my infiltration methods are simply not worth mentioning. Dear Guan, why don't you let my big babies out to breathe? Ron spread his hands to excuse himself. No, you are all crazy. Guan Yuming glared at Ron fiercely, and helplessly pressed the button under the co-pilot station. The cargo hold at the back squeaked and separated from the left and right sides, revealing 3 hideous TOS-1A rocket launchers inside. This was also a new product that the Russian gangsters of Orlovto helped him to make. He was preparing to make a big splash in the international arms market, but he didn't expect that Ron would be the first to be fooled. The TOS-1 self-propelled rocket launcher is a heavy long-range multiple rocket launcher equipped with incendiary bombs and thermobaric warheads developed by the Soviet Union in the late 1970s. It consists of 4 layers of 3,220 mm rocket launchers, and its power can be imagined. It can be equipped with special ammunition airburst bombs. At the moment of explosion, A large amount of high-temperature and high-pressure gas can be produced through special catalysts in the bomb body, which is dozens of times more than ordinary ammunition, thus having a strong killing and destructive effect on living targets in target areas, open areas, fortifications, vehicles, towns, and buildings. In actual use, only one Choose-1 launcher can fire 30 rockets in 7.5 seconds to destroy a small village or a large cluster of targets. It is a model work that truly implements the former Soviet Union's violent aesthetics. Ron has 3 of these things. Orlov originally intended to sell this thing to an African warlord, but Ron thought that instead of letting the black uncles who can't use high-end weapons use it to bomb Africa, it would be better to give it to someone who can really exert its power. Guan, let me confirm with you one last time. You told me that you were an artillery soldier, didn't you lie to me? Of course not. Okay. Ron jumped out of the car and walked towards the truck behind. They drove 2 trucks here, then I'm relieved. Do you understand the tactics of combining infantry and artillery? This is what I want, although the intelligence said that Aideen has a small army here, and we saw the same. In my opinion, they are just a group of bodyguards or thugs, not even as good as mercenaries. I don't think that this group of people half-heartedly understand what real tactics are. It's time for us to teach them a lesson. Ron curled his lips, and his words were full of contempt for Aideen's troops. Ron opened the rear hatch of the second truck, and inside, the power armor that had appeared once on another Russian territory was inside. Ron got into the cockpit. Well, let's start the action. The rear hatch of the truck opened, and a power armor nearly 2 people tall sat up from the car, and then ran towards the Aideen base. What the hell is that? The sentry at the gate of the base was stunned by the monster rushing out of the birch forest, and quickly pushed his companion next to him. Hurry up and call for support, but before his companion picked up the phone, accompanied by a sharp whistle of chee-chee-chee, 3 rockets were launched back and fell on their heads. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions sounded in many places in the base at the same time. The front and rear gates, the parking lot and several warehouses were hit. The huge air pressure caused by the fuel-air explosive warhead immediately destroyed all the facilities here, not to mention the 2 sentinels outside. At this point, the first round of operations was successful, and Ron also rushed to the front of the base. Ron's plan was that because he didn't know where Heidi would be imprisoned, he could be more cautious in the initial attack. He only used rockets to seal the front and rear exits of the base and destroy the visible transportation. Then Ron acted as Guan Yuming's eyes, and Guan Yuming was responsible for aiming. According to the area numbers that were pre-divided into the base, Ron guided them to light them one by one with firepower. Well done. Guan, Ron praised loudly in the communicator, now put some fire on A4, A6, B4, B5, and B6. Ron had just rushed to the entrance of the base when he was blocked at the entrance by the soldiers who had temporarily emerged from the thermal power station in front of him. Ron even saw 2 rocket launchers. Although his power armor was strong enough, it was only relative to light weapons. He didn't think it could withstand the strength of anti-tank shells that could penetrate tank armor head-on. Fortunately, he was not alone, and he could call for fire support. Understood. Another wave of whistling sounds. 5 rockets were buckled in front of Ron in an inverted concave shape, and the huge flames immediately engulfed the soldiers who were just arrogant, while Ron stood in the empty space, and except for the flames that filled the entire screen for a while, he was unharmed. The flames faded, and there was no trace of a living person. Only charred bodies were left on the ground. What's going on outside? Ron had just met a black man who had just led his men to surround Hobbs and Deckard Shaw, who had illegally entered the base. He was about to start mocking them when the entire base began to shake. He immediately had a bad feeling. It might be an earthquake. Why don't you put on a sanitary napkin and hide under a table to avoid accidentally peeing your pants later? Hobbs laughed. Shut up. You idiot. It must be you guys. The black man's eyes were full of resentment. You have others outside. Do you believe I will kill you now? As soon as the voice fell, Heidi suddenly took out a dagger, pointed the sharp blade at her neck and said, if you dare to kill him now, I will die immediately. The capsule can only be taken out when the person is alive. Once the host dies, the only way to prevent the virus from spreading is to completely destroy her body. However, in that case, Aideen will never be able to get the virus again. She believed that the other party would not dare to make this bet with her. Chapter 388 Base on Samoa Island. Hey. Be careful, she must be alive. The black man stopped his men who were about to shoot. She has a prototype virus in her body. What if I don't let them go? Then you can only get a corpse carrying the virus, Heidi said firmly. Then you can only stay here together. The black man had just said half of his words when the wall next to him exploded with a bang, and broken bricks and dust flew. Hobbs and Deckard saw the opportunity and immediately threw down the soldiers around them, snatched them and shot at the black man at the same time. Beep, 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 the red light on the gun body lit up. Sorry, you can't use this gun. You need gloves with chips. The black man crawled out of the bricks and laughed sarcastically. But he didn't have the chance to laugh for too long, because not long after the wall collapsed, Ron's power armor crashed out of the gap, making the hole in the wall bigger. Okay, Guan, I found them. Ron turned on the loudspeaker. What are you three waiting for? Go. Leave this to me. After Ron yelled, the three men woke up from their dreams and hurriedly went into the big hole behind Ron. Before the black man and his men could stop them, a string of bullets, or it can't be called bullets, it's more appropriate to call them shells, the 3 barrels of the 20mm caliber Gatling cannon rotated rapidly, and the deadly shells smashed each target into a pool of meat paste. Yes, it was a real meat paste. Except for the limbs that were not directly hit, there was still a trace of human shape. The whole body could not see any human appearance. This was the real power of the large caliber. At the same time, Hobbs and the other two also snatched the gloves of the 18 soldiers, and then used Heidi as a shield to attack the 18 soldiers. We don't need you here, hurry up, Ron frowned. Although they were in an absolute advantage with the help of the broken wall and Ron's own mecha, more and more 18 soldiers were surrounding them. If they continued like this, they would definitely be caught. What are you going to do? Hobbs said worriedly. Don't worry, I have a mecha, they can't do anything to me. Ron had just finished speaking when an anti-tank rocket was fired. Ron quickly lowered his head and dodged it narrowly. He added with lingering fear, in most cases, good luck. Hobbs shrank his head due to the airflow of the explosion, and quickly jumped onto a truck and fled with him. Catch them! The black man immediately waved his gun and directed his men to catch Heidi and the others, but just as he raised his hand, it was broken into two by a large caliber machine gun shell. Hey! Your opponent is me. I haven't congratulated you on getting another arm yet, Ron said unhappily, suppressing the 18 soldiers again with a row of shells. He immediately called Guan Yuming again. Guan, now carry out all-round fire coverage of the entire thermal power plant, all-round fire coverage. Are you crazy? Guan Yuming doubted his ears. You are still in there, don't worry. Just do as I say. Ron fought and retreated until he retreated to the back of the hole. Suddenly, he swung from his waist, and 3 disc-like objects were thrown into the other side of the hole. FXXK. That's a broadsword anti-tank mine. Get down. The black man's eyes were bloodshot. After a loud shout, he quickly got into the triangle formed by the wall that had just been blown down by Ron's Gatling gun. Little did he know that this action inadvertently saved his life. Just as he got into the triangular safety belt formed by the fallen wall, countless rockets fell into the old power station like raindrops with a piercing whistle. The sound of explosions continued behind Ron. Ron had already forgotten all about it. He only had one thought in mind, running as hard as he could. Ron drove the power armor to the maximum speed. Finally, before the last flame was about to engulf him, Ron jumped out of the explosion range of the rocket. Oh my god. What the hell is that? Hobbs felt that he was not feeling well. The last time was in London, and the last time was in Brazil. He felt that in the dark, it seemed that another big pot was falling from the sky and was about to hide him. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a Russian military drone. Come on, smile, smile brightly. Ron pointed at the drone hovering above his head and laughed. Catch. The drone took a fresh photo of Hobbs standing in front of the old power plant that was bombed into ruins. Believe me, in less than an hour, this photo will appear on the desk of the Russian Ministry of Defense and the Emperor. Ron opened the mecha and jumped out after the drone left. You're making me take the blame again. Oh my god. This will definitely cause a diplomatic conflict between the two countries. No, let's get one thing clear. This is your job. I'm just here to help. As for diplomatic conflicts, you don't have to worry about it. Between the United States and the Soviet Union, it has long been commonplace for agents to do things in each other's countries. As long as we can get this all over with quickly and give the Russian side a reasonable explanation, then everything will be fine. Ron shrugged and turned to look at the Deckard Shaw siblings. What's up? Has the virus extractor been taken out? Here, but the instrument is completely damaged. Deckard Shaw's face looked a little ugly. Heidi patted her brother's shoulder, pretending to be relaxed. It seems that option number 2 is no longer feasible. Only option number 1 is left. You'd better shoot me directly in the head. This way, I will die faster and with less pain. Heidi, Deckard Shaw's face flushed. There must be a way. We can fix it, but we are being pursued in front and wanted behind. Where can we fix it? Heidi finally couldn't maintain her pretended calm anymore. The lives of everyone in the world are in our hands now. Admit it. Everything is over. No, it's not over yet, Deckard yelled in despair, but he didn't expect that he was not alone this time. Ron put a hand on his shoulder. Yes, I also think that everything is not over yet. Ron stepped forward a few steps. Let me interrupt your family's internal affairs, but I do know someone who can repair this instrument. Ron, if you are talking about the little guy from Caltech, I also admit his strength, but we may not be able to go back to the United States now. If we go back to the United States now, we will be chased endlessly. There is no time to repair the machine and then quietly remove the virus. You mean Howard? I'm not talking about him. Ron smiled and shook his head, looking at Hobbs. I'm talking about someone you also know, or someone you are very familiar with. You are not talking about no, you can't possibly know him. Hobbs shook his head in disbelief and stepped back. What are you playing dumb? Guan Yuming looked at the few people who behaved strangely and asked curiously. Talking about someone's dark history? Yes, I'm talking about Jonah. Ron proudly crossed his arms and said, Jonah Hobbs? Hobbs' biological brother. We have plenty of time on the road. Why don't we set off now and talk while walking? Before becoming an FBI agent, Luke Hobbs had a dark history of following his immigrant father to commit crimes everywhere. It must be said that it was this criminal experience that laid a solid foundation for him to become an excellent agent later. Therefore, the criminals brought to justice by Hobbs actually did not lose anything. Isn't there a saying? The more criminals you are, the more you understand the criminals' methods. Their tricks are too childish compared to those played by Hobbs' father. But later, when Hobbs found out that his father was getting bigger and bigger, and if he wasn't careful, he might even ruin the whole family, he really chose to turn against him and personally reported his father to the Judicial Department. The above is all about Hobbs' past black history. What do you think? Is there anything I missed? On the highway of an island in the independent state of Samoa, Ron, who was sitting in the back seat, asked Hobbs in front of him. He had already talked about Hobbs' black history all the way. That's all. I'm just curious about how you know all this? I've never mentioned it to you before, Hobbs said depressedly. Remember the operation where you almost died? As the last registrar to register the death, I have the obligation to send your pension to your real relatives. I met Jonah at that time, Ron said easily. Hey. If you really don't know how to talk to Jonah, why don't I go and talk to him? Over the years, my relationship with him may be closer than that between you brothers. We have always maintained a business partnership. No, I'll go by myself. Hobbs took a deep breath, parked the car in front of a large wooden house, walked up and knocked on the door. 50 pounds, bet he gets punched in the face, Deckard Shaw whispered in Ron's ear with a gloating look. Please be more professional when cheating money, okay? Ron rolled his eyes. In his case, it wouldn't be surprising if he was beaten to death. With a whoosh, the door opened, and a shorter Hobbs with a full beard walked out. Do you know what will happen next? Of course, Hobbs nodded. Jonah really punched Hobbs in the face with a heavy punch, and Hobbs fell to the ground. Look, it's not just me. Everyone wants to beat him up. Deckard Shaw shrugged. How dare you come back? Your face is on the news. You are not welcome here. Officer, Jonah walked out of the house cursing. OMG, Ron, you actually came with him. Come in. Have you eaten? I'll have someone prepare some food for you. As soon as he saw Ron, Jonah immediately changed his face, and the difference in treatment was reflected vividly in his caring. Although in the eyes of most people, Ron and Hobbs are elite agents from two different camps, because of the overlapping business, they may be mortal enemies, and even the fact that they quarreled as soon as they met undoubtedly proved this point. But what no one knows is that the two were good brothers from a training camp, and they could trust each other's backs. So during the time when Hobbs disappeared, Ron took the initiative to help him take care of his hometown. After Ron took over the IRS Special Operations Team and had his own independent financial resources, he set his sights on Samoa, the hometown of the Hobbs family in the Central Pacific. Because of Jonah's own mechanical talent and the special needs of some of Orlov's customers, Ron established a modification base here mainly for members of the Hobbs family. All kinds of modified Wuling chassis running on the African continent, such as those with machine guns, anti-aircraft guns, and even tank turrets installed on truck chassis. All kinds of modified vehicles were born here. But the only bad thing is that this place is restricted by the requirements of the head woman of the Hobbs family. She believes that guns are ominous things, so although there are countless weapons for modification on the island, there is not a single bullet or shell. There are such shameless people in the world, right? Ron glanced at Hobbs proudly. To be honest, I know he is indeed shameless, but now I am short of people, so I can only bring this shameless guy with me. Let me introduce you. As you can see, I brought Hobbs here. In addition, there are my number 1 and number 2 men. Deckard Shaw was mocking Hobbs's ear. I think Ron is more like his brother than you. He was suddenly given the name of number 2 men, which immediately earned Hobbs's cold and mocking look. Sorry to bring trouble to you, but I really need your help now. Ron took the instrument from the trunk to Jonah's hand. Help me take a look at this thing. I need you to fix it in the shortest time. Jonah had just taken the machine when a slipper suddenly flew over and hit him on the head. I told you, no fighting here. A fat old woman came out of the house holding a slipper. It was obvious that the slipper dart just now was made by her. However, she was stunned the moment she saw Hobbs. Isn't this my Luke? My big baby is finally home. The old woman's eyes were full of tears. Ron lowered his head and whispered in Hobbs's ear, "Go and accompany your mother quickly." Hobbs didn't wait for Ron to finish speaking. He stood up from the ground, ran over and hugged her. "Mom, I'm back." Taking advantage of their deep mother-son love, Ron pulled Jonah aside. "How is the Russian I sent some time ago now? I let him live in the factory behind, with the other Russian you sent before. They seem to get along very well." "Okay, then how is the thing I asked the Russian to make? Is it good to use?" Ron asked anxiously. "It was made a week ago. I tried it once before and it worked great." Jonah praised the Russian that Ron sent him. "As long as it is turned on, it will be affected even if it is more than 10 kilometers away from the island." "That's great." Ron nodded with satisfaction. It seems that this crisis can be dealt with. Chapter 389, Dog Bites Hedgehog. Name, Ron Lee Cooper. Occupation, Agent, Department, IRS Special Operations Team. Famous for using heavy firepower to destroy opponents. Family members in the White Wall of 18. Ron's information was read out one by one by a mechanical voice. At the round table, one of the people in white clothes suddenly stood up excitedly. "Hey! He attaches great importance to his family. Maybe we can start with his family. If we kidnap his family, he will definitely." "Impossible. Stop showing off your stupidity." The man in white clothes sitting in the main seat slammed the table heavily. "Ron is very cunning. His family is indeed his weakness, but look at this person." On the screen, Forrest Gump's calm and cold-blooded killer face appeared. Actually, he was in a daze. He is a former member of the U.S. Special Forces, and now he is Missy Lee Cooper, Ron's sister's boyfriend. He's just a retired Special Forces soldier. Is he necessary to scare you so much? The man in white who was interrupted just now retorted, "We only need to send out a combat team to take her down easily." "Idiot. I really doubt how the hell you got into the Corps Board of Directors." "Sit down and listen," the man in white at the main seat roared. "Look carefully, he is not alone." On the screen at the back, the photo of Forrest Gump disappeared, and was replaced by a bunch of photos of people of various races who looked not easy to mess with. Heavy armor duty, medical officer, Blake, Duke, these guys who once did harm to us. Don't tell me you have forgotten them. The man in white read out the code names of the people in the photos one by one, and all of them have been rescued by the guy just now, and now they live near the Cooper family in a battle response formation. Several of them work in the restaurant he opened, or in the tire shop of Ron's brother George. Now tell me, who of you still thinks kidnapping his family is a good idea? Then can we kidnap his younger brother? He has a younger brother Sheldon who works at Caltech and is a top scientist. I also heard that he has many confidants. Maybe we can take action against them, another person suggested. Believe me, that is definitely not a good idea. The man in white at the main seat sighed. Ron is a very cunning man. Long before he set out, he had already sent his men to protect people he thought were important. Even Hobbs' only daughter was protected by him. I have a feeling that this man will become our arch-enemy in the future. Then what should we do? The latest intelligence says that they have taken the virus host to Samoa, then send our best team to bring back the virus samples. Since he likes heavy firepower, Let's bring our best weapons over and bombard it hard. Sink that island. A man in white raised his hand weakly. Then what about our virus samples? The female agent of the host is still on the island, FXXK. Then bring her out first. This is really, the man in white couldn't find any words to describe it. On the other side of the earth, on a small island in Samoa, an archipelago country near the equator. This is called a dog biting a hedgehog, but not knowing where to start, Ron repeated it first in Chinese and then in English. Looking at the Samoans who were still confused, he had to explain patiently, this is a Chinese proverb. Because the hedgehog is covered with thorns, even if the dog wants to bite it, it doesn't know from which angle to bite it, because no matter where it bites, it will be stabbed in the mouth with blood. Now we are the hedgehog, but Aideen will definitely send out their most elite troops, but we don't even have a gun. What should we do? Hobbs was worried. He had just finished chatting with his mother when he learned a thunderbolt. Although there were all kinds of weapons in the modification factory, there was no ammunition because of his mother's order. His mother even threw away all the guns he had originally placed on the island. Jonah, is Glovsky's stuff okay? Ron asked next to him. No problem, it has been tested and the effect is very good. Jonah patted a white-haired old man next to him and raised a thumb. Okay, let me introduce you to a new friend now. Ron pulled the old man in front of him. Glovsky, a former Soviet physicist, drifted to Los Angeles after the collapse of the Soviet Union. The blind old guys at Caltech actually let such a talented scientist do a job like a cleaner. If it weren't for my brother participating in the physics competition organized by the college, I wouldn't have known that the United States would waste talents to this extent, so I invited him to join my laboratory. When Sheldon participated in the physics competition 2 years ago, he fell out with Howard and others because of a series of boring reasons such as the team name and slogan, and actually formed a team to participate in the competition. But with Sheldon's popularity, the result is predictable, so he can only pull together the cleaners and cafeteria ants in the school to make up enough people for the competition. Originally, this was just one of Sheldon's many mediocre farces, but at the last question, Sheldon was stumped by the question, and no one on both sides could answer it. Just when both sides insisted, a cleaner suddenly passed Sheldon and answered the question directly. Later it was proved that his answer was still the correct answer. This could not help but arouse Ron's interest. You know, Sheldon is already recognized as one of the strongest physicists in Caltech. Even Sheldon couldn't answer the question, but an unknown cleaner answered it. If this world is not too absurd, then this cleaner must be extraordinary, and this is indeed the case. Glovsky, the cleaner's name, turned out to be a former Soviet physicist who had participated in Soviet secret military projects. After Ron found out this, he immediately extended an olive branch. Aren't we discussing how to deal with Aideen's problem now? How to stop Aideen's attack before the virus in Heidi's body is sucked out? Deckard asked unhappily. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, Ron said with a wicked smile, causing the Samoan girls watching from afar to scream in ecstasy. Ron waved his hand over there and continued, this brings us to Dr. Glovsky's new invention. We all know that in terms of technological strength, we are inferior to Aideen. They have all kinds of rifles, missiles, etc., and we only have a few spears passed down by our Samoan ancestors and a bunch of guns without ammunition, which are not even as good as fire sticks. Fortunately, Aideen's troops have an important flaw, which is Chapter 390 for the tribe. They are all ugly, Hobbs suddenly said. Okay, that's one of the reasons, but we can't kill them with their looks. What I want to talk about is their weapons, Ron said with a serious expression. There are chips on their weapons, and they can only be used with gloves that also have chips. You mean we have to use spears to grab all their gloves? Then they can't shoot. No, there's no need to be so troublesome. We just need to turn on the powerful electronic jammer invented by Dr. Glovsky, and all nearby electronic equipment, even electronic watches, will fail. In this way, they will have to fight a primitive battle with us with stones and sticks. Ron smiled proudly. The powerful electronic jammer. When this thing was developed, Ron also felt astonished. This thing feels a bit like the crack generator in Red Alert and a bit like the neutron jammer in Gundam. It can continuously interfere with all electronic equipment in an area, without any escape. Imagine, in modern warfare, what would be the consequences if a unit not only lost contact, but also all its electronic equipment failed? They couldn't even use anti-tank rocket launchers, because that stuff was also infrared guided. So what are you going to do? Deckard Shaw crossed his arms and showed his interest. I have a plan, but I need you to process these steel pipes and other things into something else. Guys, get to work. Ron clapped his hands and called the men of the Hobbs family to go into the factory together. Deckard nudged Hobbs with his elbow. Hey, big guy, he looks more like the eldest brother of the Hobbs family than you do. At 4:30 in the morning, a group of uninvited guests arrived on the Samoan island. No way? What kind of primitive tribe is this? They don't think they can escape our Adine's pursuit by dressing themselves up as primitive people? It's ridiculous. On the invading convoy, a subordinate looked at the simple fortifications of the Samoans and said arrogantly, which attracted a burst of laughter from other soldiers. Everyone felt that this battle was as simple as catching a turtle in a jar. However, the black man in the lead did not have the same relaxed look as his men. He was vaguely worried that Deckard Shaw or the mysterious man who helped him escape would have more tricks than these. But what exactly was it? He didn't know. Ron, this is Hobbs. Adine's people just passed through Area A. Hobbs, wearing a simple ghillie suit made of grass, reported to Ron on the grass where Adine's convoy had passed. The convoy has passed Point B, the convoy has arrived at the door. Should we start now? One message after another was sent to Ron through the intercom. Ron looked up and could already see the lights of Adine's convoy in the distance. Listen, everyone inside, hand over the virus host, or I will kill all of you. The black man took a loudspeaker and shouted to the factory area of the modification factory. Behind him, Adine's soldiers each formed an attack formation. When Ron saw that the time was right, he whispered a word into the intercom. Begin. But various electronic jammers that had been placed on the island in advance were turned on at the same time, and all the electronic equipment on the island that was still turned on suddenly emitted sparks, and they were all scrapped. A Samoan threw a torch on the ground, igniting the flames that had long been poured on the ground, illuminating the shirtless Samoan warriors wearing traditional Samoan war skirts hidden behind the fortifications. Brothers of Samoa, pray for strength from our great ancestors. The time for battle has come. Hobbs raised his battle axe high, and the Samoan warriors behind him danced a powerful war dance, step by step, approaching the Adine soldiers. Ron didn't know when he had also put on a war skirt. Ah! The warriors shouted in unison, shocking the Adine soldiers so much that they couldn't help but take a step back together. For the tribe, Ron roared and rushed forward. His handsome face was reflected in the frightened pupils of the Adine soldiers. He frantically pulled the trigger at Ron, but the gun with a disabled chip could not fire a single bullet. It could not change the fact that his brain was knocked out by Ron with a big wrench. Bang! It was the sound of the skull breaking apart. Red and white liquid splashed out of the skull, dripping on Ron's body, making his tall body look even more hideous. At the same time, similar scenes were staged in different places. Once the Samoan warriors took action, they were unstoppable. Get in the car. Kill them. Seeing that the situation was not good, the black man immediately shouted for his men to get in the car, but after getting in the car, his men could not start the car. Stupid, don't you know that cars are all electrically started? Ron aimed at the most conspicuous black man and swung his wrench at him, but he blocked it with his arm, making a dull sound of metal intersecting. He was actually blocked by him. This man has a mechanical arm, which is really troublesome. The black man looked at Deckard Shaw, who drove out next to him in disbelief, and exclaimed, "Then why can your car drive?" On the other side, Deckard Shaw led the way, and 3 cars with large chainsaws welded on the front of the car drove into the crowd side by side. Where the chainsaws passed, with a whistling sound of thump thump thump, countless broken limbs flew into the sky. The scene was once bloodier than the most violent horror movie. Hobbs killed a soldier and shouted to the sky, "This is the price of offending the tribe." It must be said that Hobbs was also led into a ditch by Ron. It's terrible to be uneducated. Don't you know what compression ignition is? Ron said as another wrench came down from above. The black man raised his arm to block it again. But Ron cheated. The wrench turned halfway through the chopping, and it curved in the air, bypassing the black man's arm and smashing directly into his lower abdomen. Puff! Even though the black man had been transformed by black technology, he was hit hard and bent down in pain. Ron was even more ruthless after his first hit. While the black man was bending over, he raised the wrench again and hit him hard. This time, the black man had no way to resist and was hit hard on the back of his head. Bang! It was actually the sound of metal clashing. Ron looked down and saw that under the scalp that he had broken was a deformed metal skull that kept oozing bloody brain matter. Wang Difa. What the hell is this? Ron was getting more and more confused about what he was fighting, but it didn't matter. Who cares what it is? Just beat them all to death. Brothers of the Hobbs family, follow me. Ron raised his wrench high, shouted, and rushed to the place with the most people. Chapter 391 Run. Forrest Gump. What is the most important thing on a cold weapon battlefield? Momentum. The so-called first push, the second weaken, and the third exhaustion is this principle. Although one of the parties in the battle now has a gun in his hand, the actual effect of a gun firing bullets is not as useful as a wooden stick. Under the charge of the elite commando team composed of the Hobbs brothers, who are bodybuilding champions per capita, they instantly fell down. Dean, who had long lost contact with the troops and realized that something was wrong, had just sent out a helicopter and flew to the edge of the island. Like a birdshot, it lost control and fell into the sea. The Samoan warriors had already wiped out the troops on the ground. Boss, the virus capsule on my sister has been taken out. How should we deal with it? After cleaning up the battlefield, Deckard Shaw brought Heidi to Ron. In his hand, the 3 blue capsules in the box flashed a strange light under the rising sun, and looked quite beautiful. What else can we do? Of course we have to destroy it. Ron turned his head and yelled at Jonah, turn off the jammer. Ron took a box of capsules from Deckard, shook it at the sky as if to protest, and then threw it into the bonfire. The Dean headquarters, which was watching the scene through the military satellite, immediately cursed. How dare he destroy the snowflake virus? We spent so much effort to develop it, madman. He must be a madman. Even if he doesn't want it, he can take that thing to the black market to exchange for money, and he can get a lifetime of wealth. How dare he burn it? The leader on the main seat looked like he was sinking in the water. He did not join in the abuse of Ron, but called a subordinate. Do we really have no research data on the snowflake virus at all? No, all gone. When that Russian defected, he destroyed all the data, the subordinate answered tremblingly, and his lips moved again after he finished speaking, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. The leader glared at him and said, what else is there? Tell me together. Is there any worse news than the destruction of the snowflake virus? No, it's not bad news, the subordinate said in panic. To be precise, it's good news. When the Russian was developing the snowflake virus, he also made a virus sample that was not as toxic. It's just that the headquarters didn't like it at the time and sold it to the US military. Maybe we can find it and research the snowflake virus based on the gene segment of that virus. Oh? Really? The leader's face was moved. Although he also knew that it would take no less effort to redevelop a more powerful virus from a gene segment similar to virus, it is better to have it than nothing. Where is that thing now? The subordinate said hurriedly. Maryland, Fort Detrick military base. However, no matter what Dean planned to do, it had nothing to do with Ron. After finishing up things on Samoa Island, Ron returned to the United States with Hobbs and Deckard Shaw, who were no longer wanted. Ron didn't even go home, and immediately boarded a plane to his hometown in Texas. Because another big thing is waiting for him. After a long love affair, Missy finally decided to get married. Congratulations, Forrest Gump, happy wedding. Ron hugged Forrest Gump, who drove to the airport to pick him up. Where's Missy? She's at home, preparing for the wedding with my mother. Forrest Gump hugged Ron and sat upright in the driver's seat. Hey, you look nervous. Don't be nervous, my brother. Tell me what you think. Wait, you are not still thinking about Jenny, your little cousin, are you? Ron was joking, but when he mentioned Jenny's name, he immediately became murderous. Forrest Gump and Missy grew up together since childhood, but there was another person who grew up with them, Jenny Cullen, a woman who fell in love with her and was one of Ron's ex-girlfriends. Of course, Ron was just playing around. No one would have a good relationship with a woman who would meet at least 3 people who had physical contact with her when she went out to buy a pack of cigarettes, right? However, just like all bad girls want to find an honest man to take over, Jenny also set her sights on Forrest Gump. No bad girl would turn a blind eye to Forrest Gump, who was a slut and had a simple mind. The worst thing was that Forrest Gump didn't know how to refuse. The good news was that Jenny had just taken off her top when Missy ran into her. The bad news was that Missy saw everything, which made her and Forrest Gump angry for several years. No, Forrest Gump shook his head quickly. It was really a misunderstanding last time. Jenny ran into my room and told me that she seemed to have a lump on her chest and wanted me to help her take a look. I have explained it to Missy, If another man who was planning to marry Missy said this, Ron would have slapped him in the face, but if it was Forrest Gump, Ron would believe it. Because he is Forrest Gump, a man who would never lie. Okay, next time if there are women who want to find someone to help take a look at the lump on their chest or the birthmark on the inner thigh, please let them contact me directly. I am a professional in this area, Ron sighed. I know, Ron, when did you learn to be a doctor? Gump asked curiously. Ron complained a little depressed. Is the gynecology specialty I learned by myself good enough? Damn it. I am increasingly doubting whether you can take good care of Missy, Ron. I have never been a smart man, but I know what love is. Gump turned his head and said seriously. Okay, I believe you can take good care of Missy, right? The car just stopped on the road beside the wedding lawn, and Ron and the other got out of the car together. In the distance, Missy, wearing a holy white wedding dress, was already waiting on the lawn, leaning on the arms of her father, George, and waving to them with a smile. Ron, look, I'm getting married. Ron was full of emotion for a moment. Time really passed too fast. The little girl who always liked to pester him for candy seemed to have happened yesterday, and now, she is going to marry her best brother. Ron couldn't help but feel his eyes moist, but he knew that he was not the protagonist today. Ron patted Forrest Gump's shoulder heavily. Today is your big day, go, Forrest Gump, run. Forrest Gump ran to the stage, and Ron sat down next to George. You are late, busy man, George complained. Sorry, unlike tire merchants like you, I am busy saving the world, otherwise why do you think you can sit here and attend the wedding? Ron retorted bluntly. Someone has to carry the burden, right? Shut up, both of you. Mary turned around and glared at the brothers. Today is Missy's big day. I don't allow you to quarrel. Mary waved to the band beside the stage, and the melody of Wedding March sounded. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Angels Descend into Los Angeles. Ron had imagined countless times that when he returned home, his wife would be waiting at the door with her indoor shoes, and as soon as he entered the door, she would greet him sweetly. Do you want to eat first or take a shower first? Or, well, this style is too Japanese, this is America. Or when he returned home, a row of beauties in bikinis stood in front of him. Good evening, boss. It's a pleasure to serve you, ba. No, this is not American style either, this is Dongguan style. But this wish was half fulfilled when he returned from his hometown in Texas today. Ron opened the door with the key, turned the doorknob, and faced Penny, who was wearing a sexy pajamas that was half revealed. Hi. Penny. Ron quickly retracted his left foot that had already stepped into the door and stepped back to the door. I know you have always been obsessed with me, but it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Don't forget, you still have Leonard. Are you doing this to Leonard? I will never be a person who lets my brother down. What are you thinking about? Penny quickly took a pillow to cover her chest. Leonard is here. Yes, I'm here. If you didn't push so hard when you opened the door, you would definitely be able to see me, and I wouldn't have to hit my nose against the wall. But thank you for your righteous words. Leonard's voice came from behind the door of the apartment. Of course, I, Ron, have always been the most loyal. Ron looked at Penny strangely. But no matter how loyal I am, I still have a psychological burden if there are three of us. Please allow me to refuse. Ron retreated to the door guiltily. Wait, what are you thinking about? Leonard chased out the door with his pants in his hand. Ron watched as Leonard lost himself in thought with his pants half taken off. He defensively knocked away Leonard's hand that was about to grab him. Are you interested in me, Leonard? That's even more unacceptable, but if you are really interested in men, I recommend you find Rajesh. Last time I saw him put Zyogizzy in his handbag when he went shopping. The action and posture were exactly the same as Hilton's. Putting a dog in a handbag while shopping is a very feminine behavior in any country, not to mention the United States, where the people have always been tough. It is even regarded as a symbol of homosexual tendencies. No, I'm really not gay. Can you listen to my explanation? Leonard held Ron's hand and this time he didn't pull it away. I've been taking advantage of Penny's guilt recently to give me some special treatment. It's not as chaotic as you think. Penny is teaching me a lesson. Leonard, you don't have to tell me what tricks you are going to play. After all, I'm an experienced person and I know everything. Ron patted Leonard on the shoulder and showed a smile that every man understands. No, you don't understand. Leonard was almost crying. She told my mom. Hello, Leonard. Penny turned the computer screen around, and on it was Leonard's mother's face pushing up her glasses. I heard Penny say that you have been complaining about my motherly way to emotionally control your girlfriend. How about we discuss why you involve me in your emotional life? Okay, I think the following topic should be your family's internal affairs, and it is inconvenient for me to participate, but I can lend you my home first. Goodbye, I wish you a good time. Ron felt as if he had entered an ethical drama, and wisely chose to leave the battlefield to the protagonists. Ron, can you take me away with you? Leonard stared at his watery eyes and begged pitifully. No, although there are 2 women waiting for me over there, I also don't have the idea of sharing with others. Ron decisively rejected Leonard's request to go downstairs. Tonight, it is estimated that he can't stay at home anymore, and Ron plans to stay at Max's house for one night. However, when he opened the broken door of Max's house with a key, he was deeply shocked again. When he opened the door, he saw 5 tall beauties standing side by side in hot bikinis. They really made Ron see what angel faces and devil bodies are. Especially some of the women had angel wings on their backs, which made Ron think he had come to heaven. OMG. Is this heaven? Ron murmured. If I remember correctly, you should be Victoria's Secret supermodels, right? What? Victoria's Secret is planning to hold a big show in this shabby apartment? I have to say that this is not a good idea. No one in this apartment building can afford their clothes. Hi, one of the wheat-skinned models smiled and greeted Ron. Hello, I'm Lily Aldrich. Yes, we are Victoria's Secret models. We plan to play here for a few days, and then go to London, where there will be a fashion show. Hey, who have you called this handsome guy? If no one answers, I'll take him. Lily shouted into the room, and Ron immediately attracted a group of girls to watch. For a moment, Ron was surrounded by fat and thin beauties, and all kinds of beauties almost made him faint. Fortunately, Ron had seen a lot of things, so he calmed down and said, I know you, Martha Hunt, Petra Nemkova. Why are you here? Ron called out the names of the supermodels one by one, causing them to giggle. Because we always stay at the Four Seasons Hotel, we want to experience something different, so we rented this place from a girl named Caroline. I didn't expect to meet a handsome guy like you when we just moved in. How about having a party with us? Lily, who had chatted with Ron at the beginning, invited Ron. Of course, as soon as Ron touched Lily's hand, a scream came from the roof. No. Oh my God. It's Ron. Ron, we are here, Caroline shouted from upstairs, and Max joined in. Hey. 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 Supermodels, stay away from us men. You share a man, Martha asked in surprise. Because we are poor, we have to share a man? No. It's because this is the best man you have never heard of. One man is as useful as 10 men, Max said to the supermodels exaggeratedly. Would you like to try it? I can rent him to you, and it only costs $10 an hour. Hey. Max, I'm still here. Please consider my feelings. You always feel like I'm a duck when you say that. Ron refused insincerely. However, the reluctance in his tone could be heard by everyone, which made the girls laugh together. Hey. Don't think I can't see what you think. Caroline pushed Ron with her arm in dissatisfaction. How about this? How about we have a party together? Lily invited generously. This is your place. Ron felt that his dream seemed to have really come true. Chapter 393 Equipment Upgrade Meeting. After a night of hard work. Don't get me wrong, Ron's work targets are still Max and Caroline. Although the erotic scene last night made Ron have some wild thoughts, with 2 excellent goalkeepers watching, Ron can only stay at the stage of thinking. In the end, he reluctantly said goodbye to the Victoria's Secret angels and went back to the apartment upstairs that originally belonged to Sophie with Max and the others. Of course, it's not without any benefits. With 5 competitors eyeing him downstairs, Caroline worked extra hard last night. Boss, everyone is here. Do you want to start? Giselle pushed Ron out of his memories. Ron looked up and saw that all his subordinates were sitting on one side of the long table in the conference room, and Leonard and other scientists were sitting on the other side. Ron, your IRS internal meeting, is it appropriate for us Caltech scholars to be here? Otherwise, we should go to the shooting range downstairs to play around, and you can call us after the meeting, Leonard said restlessly. No, that's even more unsafe. I can't forget the last time you and Penny went on a date at the shooting range and shot yourself in the toe. If no one is watching, letting you rookies go to the shooting range to play with guns is tantamount to murder. Ron's words caused the agents to laugh loudly, and Leonard was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Ron was traumatized by the last incident. He had played with guns for half his life, but this was the first time he saw a fool shooting his own toe. If no one was watching, they would just shoot each other and then all be killed. Of course, he couldn't be called a fool. After all, no scientist has a problem with his IQ. It can only be said that each of them has his own weaknesses. Ron waited until everyone had finished laughing before speaking again. Besides, this meeting involves some scientific research, so I think it is very necessary for you to be here. Do you have any questions? Yes, Raj raised his hand like a good student. Why not ask Sheldon to come along? Look at my dear men. Ron pointed to one side. Although the people sitting in that row did not look as strong as the bodybuilders in the gym, each of them exuded an aura of not being easy to mess with. When they heard Raj's question, all eyes were focused on him. The murderous aura was like a physical ship, strangling his throat and making it difficult for him to even breathe. Rajesh almost peed himself out of fear. Although Sheldon is very unpleasant, I don't want to see my own brother being beaten. Is this a sufficient reason? Rajesh nodded pitifully. Hey, don't look at our little scientist like that. You are almost scaring my guests, Ron complained. When the murderous aura of the crowd dissipated, Rajesh felt relieved. Okay, let's get back to the point. Giselle, you can turn on the projection now. Giselle turned on the projection, and the first picture was a corpse whose half body had been mechanically modified, and even the skull with the wrench mark was half metal. Of course, the wrench mark was Ron's masterpiece. The 3 weak scientists retched for a while, but due to their strong curiosity about science, they still resisted the nausea and continued to observe the mechanical structure on the picture. At Ron's signal, Giselle continued to change the pictures on the projection, focusing on the details of the mechanical structure one by one. And the level of sophistication attracted the most professional Howard to praise again and again. Oh my God, who designed this mechanical design? It's amazing, isn't it? That's not important. What's important is whether you can replicate the same structure to make my power armor smaller. Ron thought for a moment and gestured with his hands. It's best to be this big. It can be bigger than Iron Man's suit, but it must not be bigger than the one used by the villain in the first Iron Man movie. That's no problem. If there is a sample for me to refer to, I can even make a pure close-fitting mecha that is only 5 centimeters taller than you are. But you have to keep this body shape, otherwise, I can't guarantee that you can squeeze yourself in. Don't worry, as a professional agent, my self-discipline is beyond your imagination, Ron agreed nonchalantly. Did you ask us to discuss this? Then Howard can be alone. Why bring us? Leonard asked puzzled. Of course, there are other things. My men have some other needs for equipment. I think only scientists like you can satisfy them. Next, it will be time for you to discuss with each other. Of course, if any guy with a problem in his brain asks you about a magnetic hoverboard, you can just ignore it. I wish you a happy chat. Ron stood up. Wait, Rajesh asked hurriedly, are you saying that you want us to stay with these respectable agents? Raj looked scared, but Ron patted his shoulder indifferently. Don't worry, they are all very cute guys. I believe you will fall in love with them after you get to know them. They can even escort you back to school and let you show off among your colleagues. But don't forget the confidentiality agreement you signed. You can't tell anyone what you see here. Of course, if the blind FBI or CIA bother you, just tell them my name and tell them that I will check their accounts carefully. I promise that they will treat you to ice cream. Ron's ridicule of the FBI and CIA once again caused the agents to laugh. No one saw the worry in Ron's eyes. The reason why he held this equipment upgrade meeting as soon as he returned from his hometown was certainly not because he had nothing to do. Although Aideen failed this time, Ron knew that they would definitely come back again. After this battle, Ron also believed that the other party would never make the mistake of installing chip control on all weapons again. It would definitely be a head-on battle at that time, or Ron could try to find Aideen's base first and kill them first, but that was all later. Before this, the things in Fort Detrick were always a sword hanging over his heart, especially after he heard from the Russian who invented Snowflake that before Snowflake, there was a youth version of Snowflake virus sold to the US military by Aideen. He was extremely suspicious that the virus might be the culprit of the future world crisis. Maybe before he kills Aideen, he has to destroy the things in Fort Detrick first. But as I said before, these are all later stories. The first thing he has to do now is to attend a newborn baptism. I am really a busy savior. Ron changed into a black suit and sighted himself in the mirror. Chapter 394, Joe's Baptism and Godfather. I believe in my father. He always plays trampoline with me. I always claim to be his good son. I asked him to help me deal with things at school, but I never expected that he would affect my reputation at school like that. He called my classmates the Quidditch freaks. Ron's cousin, Claire's youngest son, Luke Dunphy, accused his father Dunphy of his crime with a serious face. The thing is, today Claire's 3 children all encountered some troubles at the same time, and it happened to be the day of their grandfather's youngest son's baptism, which is a big day. How big? Imagine how strange it would be if Ron's father, George, gave him a new brother now. You know, Pritchett is already over 60. Luke's trouble is that he was distracted in class and accidentally called the teacher mom, and then his bad friends spread it everywhere, and now the whole school is laughing at him. The trouble for the second sister, Alex, is that a girl in her class found out about a 60s party she was responsible for organizing, so she stole her idea and planned to organize a similar party before her, and the date was set for today. As for the eldest sister Haley, she took on the job of moving the neighbor's car, but in the process of moving the car, she accidentally broke a branch of the neighbor's favorite lemon tree. And Dunphy took on the job of settling all the troubles, but once again messed up everything. Ron turned his back to the window, hiding most of his face in the darkness so that people could not see his expression, and crossed his hands to support his chin. Then what? The same for you too, yes. He actually called Miss Cooper a man, then the eldest daughter Haley. No, the answering machine is her husband, Lee, Dunphy said aggrievedly. Haley was going crazy, she doesn't have a husband. She's Lee. The deep-voiced homosexual drunk Lee Cooper. And you actually invited her to drink, also. Thank you for offending Karen on my behalf. The content of her party did change a little, that is, I was kicked out. Alex also accused Dunphy of his crime. Hey, kids, it's not easy for me either. My own billboard was covered by the balloons of the flower shop. I treated the boss to a sandwich, but he still didn't want to move his balloons. Sorry, I can go talk to them again and try to use my charm. No, the 3 children shouted together, and quickly stopped Dunphy's idea of further aggravating the situation. Haley was very smart and poured a glass of water for Ron and snuggled up to Ron, blinking her bright big eyes. Uncle Ron, can you help us? Claire often said that if you want justice, go to Uncle Ron. I'm a cousin. Ron spread his hands helplessly. Blood is thicker than water. Luke also hugged Ron's arm. Hey, kids, how are you going to ask me to help you? Ron stood up with a cup in his hand and walked to the window in style. Haley rolled her eyes mischievously and whispered to Ron. I can't do that, Uncle Ron. I promise to be obedient in the future. Haley, I've been your uncle for many years. This is the nth time you've asked me for help. I can't remember how long it's been since you gave me a new Christmas present. Every time it's slippers. At this point, Ron glared at Haley fiercely, and Haley stuck out her tongue mischievously. Besides, your mother is my cousin. Let's be frank. You never wanted my friendship, and you were afraid of owing me a favor, afraid that Claire would use me to send you to cram school. I'm not. I go to cram school every day. The honest Alex raised his hand and was immediately glared at by the 2 siblings. Now you come to me and say to me, Uncle Ron, give me justice, but you have no respect for me at all. You don't regard me as a friend, and you don't even want to call me uncle outside. The 3 were silent. They did call Ron by his name outside. Then what conditions do you want to agree to help us? Luke asked weakly. Dunphy squeezed in between the children and me. Help me get rid of the balloons blocking my billboard. I am willing to agree to any conditions you have. Luke, Alex, Haley, what did I do to make you so disrespectful to me? If you come to me as my nephew, then the little bastards who bully you will be tortured. Ron walked in front of the 3 and said in a hoarse and deep tone, moreover, the enemies of my nephews are also my enemies, so they will also be afraid of you. Uncle. The 4 came to Ron and bowed their heads together. Ron glared at Dunphy fiercely. Why are you joining in the fun? I don't have a nephew as old as you. Oh, Luke and I just said it casually. Ron, aren't we going to the church now? Claire is almost waiting there, Dunphy explained helplessly. Then you go first and tell her that we will be there a little later. This little thing will be done in no time. Ron patted Dunphy on the back. But I need an assistant. Luke, come with me. Ron and Dunphy acted separately and took Luke back to their car. Uncle Ron, how are we going to deal with them? Luke asked excitedly as soon as he got into Ron's sports car. Things need to be solved one by one. First of all, the first thing is your father's billboard. It's that flower shop, right? Ron asked, pointing to the shop outside the window. Yes, that's it. Here, take this. Ron conjured up an air gun like a magician. Now blow up those balloons for me. Bang, bang, bang. A string of air gun bullets blew up all the balloons, and Luke got back into the car excitedly, looking forward to Ron's revenge. Then, Ron took Luke to buy a dozen mice and secretly put them at the party of Alex's enemy. The girls ran out of the party screaming, and Luke laughed. Then, they pushed another car in front of the neighbor's house to knock down the lemon tree, creating the illusion that someone else knocked down the tree, so that Haley could not be blamed. Finally, they found a doll, cut it open, filled its belly with red dye, and threw it on the bed of the classmate who spread rumors about Luke. After doing all this, only 30 minutes had passed, and they just caught up with a baptism in the church. Why did you come here just now, and what did you do? Claire asked suspiciously. It's just a few small things. Ron secretly made an okay sign to the children. Haley and Alex waved their fists happily. It's just a few small things that will make your family more respected in the community in the future. Let's watch the baptism first. In the middle of the church, the priest held up Jay's little son. In the name of the Father, the Son and the Holy Spirit, what name will you give this child? Chapter 395 Godson and Ron's Holiday. Storm wind bells ring, everyone is on alert, griffins are flying, bronzebirds spears, flares illuminate the moon goddess's temple ahead in the church. As the priest finished speaking, music suddenly sounded from the speakers on both sides. Pritchett's eyes twitched, and he glanced around the audience, trying to see who was playing such a joke on him. But he didn't need to look for it. Ron waved to him proudly. The priest shook his head angrily. It was the first time he was interrupted like this during a baptism. These people were too disrespectful to God. But there was no way. God would not pay him a salary, and he was even unwilling to wear a steel helmet to fight in Korea for his people. So he could only grit his teeth and continue to say with a pleasant smile, "What an interesting idea. Have you thought of a name for the child? Making money is all business, not shabby." Pritchett, Joe Pritchett, Ron, Alsace Manethel Pritchett, Pritchett's mother-in-law, Frankio Joseph Pritchett. The three people gave three completely different answers in unison. The priest was stunned for a moment. He had been presiding over baptisms for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The child's Christian name was not agreed upon in advance, and they could still argue in the final naming process. The priest didn't know how to deal with it for a while. The mother-in-law's opinion was directly ignored. Ron and Pritchett stared at each other tit for tat. Claire could almost see the fierce sparks of their eyes colliding in the air. "This is my child," Pritchett claimed his sovereignty dissatisfiedly. But Ron refused to give in. "I thought you asked me to be the godfather of this child to give him a name. You know that the godfather has the right to name the child, Uncle Pritchett." Pritchett now knew what it meant to shoot himself in the foot. He had hesitated for a long time when choosing a godfather for his son, because he knew that he was too old and it was very likely that he would have to watch his youngest son grow up healthy. He felt that it was a bit lacking to rely on Gloria, a woman, to raise his son. He already had a homosexual sissy son, Mitchell, and the son man he brought by Gloria was like that, also a sissy, and he had already despaired of his family. Fortunately, there was Ron, otherwise he would have to let his tomboy daughter serve as the godfather. "Well, it's just a Christian name anyway. What's the meaning of this name?" Pritchett was old after all, and he was defeated first. "Of course, it's a sacred name." Luke squeezed to the front of the stage to interrupt. Needless to say, he is also a deep game fan. Ron took the child, who kept looking around with curious eyes from the priest, and lifted him up as if singing with deep affection, "My godson, from the day you were born, the entire forest of Lordaeron has been whispering this name, Arthas. My godson, I am proud to watch you grow up day by day and become the embodiment of justice. You will use your powerful strength carefully. One day, my life will come to an end. And you will be crowned king." "Okay, Arthas will be Arthas," Pritchett sighed helplessly. The name sounded good, at least much better than using the name of his mother-in-law's dead ex-husband, but he still leaned close to his wife's ear. "Anyway, we won't call him by this name. At home, he will always be my Joe." "Sorry, Uncle Pritchett. I heard what you said." Ron picked his ears. "Yes, I said that on purpose for you. Thank you for listening." Pritchett came over and patted Ron on the shoulder. "You haven't been to my family gathering for a long time, I think you should come and walk around more often. I think it's much better for Luke to be with you than with Dunphy. With his father, he will only become more and more like an acrobat, but with you, he will become more and more manly. I am willing to come to the family gathering often, but I still think that sometimes you really want to change something. Ron shook his head. I think it's better to let children's things take their course. For example, Luke, if he wants, he can become an acrobat. We don't have to deliberately change anything. Of course, if he wants to learn something from me, I welcome him to come to my base and train with my little apprentice. But the family gathering may have to wait until I come back from vacation. I have been working almost all Christmas without a break. I just finished a big case and I need to give myself a good vacation. I planned to go to Paris to relax. Well, Ron simply didn't have enough fun in France when he was working on the CIA case, so he wanted to go there again. After all, the French are famous for their romance, and last time he brought an annoying bald head, which made him lose many opportunities to have fun. When the plane landed, Ron just arrived in Paris and received a text message from Guan Yuming. Ron, I have notified my nephew in Paris to pick you up at the airport. I wish you a good time. Guan Yuming had already arranged a pickup for Ron. So, when he walked out of the airport, he immediately saw a yellow man holding up his name, and with a face that was almost the same as Guan Yuming, and he immediately waved. This face is recognized by all Chinese people. Although Ron is an American now, he was a real Chinese in his previous life. It can be said that he grew up watching his movies. Brother Jackie Chan, good afternoon. Ron stretched out his hand to the pickup. You must be the Ron my uncle mentioned. I didn't expect you to speak such good Chinese. Jack Chen shook Ron's hand. Everyone says I look like him, but there are actually differences between me and Jackie Chan. Seriously, I'm a little more handsome than him. Sorry, I promised my uncle that I would take you around Paris, but I have some business to deal with today, so I'll let my friend take you out first and pick you up after I finish my business. Is that okay? Jack Chen apologized to Ron in the car, but it would have been better if he didn't say it. As soon as he opened his mouth, Ron became interested. Is it the antique business your uncle mentioned? Ron's eyes lit up. He came to Paris this time just to meet Uncle Long in the Chinese zodiac, but he didn't expect to catch up with him going out to work. It couldn't be such a coincidence that it was a business related to the Chinese zodiac, right? If so, that would be interesting. Of course, Ron had seen Jackie Chan's movie in his previous life. If possible, he would certainly want to do his part to recover the cultural relics. Who can make him a white skin and a yellow heart? Moreover, this trip is not without benefits. If I remember correctly, they will also find the gold on the stranded old ship. How many kilograms is that? It seems to be calculated by tons. Thinking of this, Ron was even more reluctant to go to Paris. Although Paris is nice, how can it be as attractive as gold? Yes, that's right. One of my clients asked me to help him find a very old antique. I just received the news and was about to meet the seller, Jack Chen said seriously. Are you sure that he is the seller and not the owner? Let me guess what good thing it is. Recently, Sotheby's auction house seems to have been warming up for the bronze animal heads of the old summer palace. You are going to get it back. It won't happen to be that one, right? Ron said with a smile, but his words shocked Jack Chen in his car. How did he know? Ron said proudly, Jack, didn't your uncle tell you that I'm an agent, and the king of agents? Do you think you can hide anything from the eyes of agents? Jack Chen still wanted to continue to maintain the image of a serious person. Well, Mr. Ron, I really do serious business. There's really no red light district in Amsterdam. Ron also began to be serious. How is this possible? Without waiting for Jack to speak, the assistant behind him said in disbelief. Look, even your men know it's impossible. Ron spread his hands and pointed to the black clothes exposed at Jack's collar. You're not going to tell me that you plan to wear this to meet the seller? Don't worry, I'm an agent with a flexible moral bottom line. I don't reject this kind of thing. I'm just curious and want to see how you work. Okay, then you promise to follow my arrangements for all actions, and I'll take you with me. Of course, Ron agreed readily. Jack Chen's car stopped near the large manor outside Paris. Ron opened the map and took a look at the terrain nearby. This place happened to be the lowest place nearby, which was very suitable for hiding and contact. Then Jack asked two partners, a man and a woman, to disguise themselves as antique dealers to sell antiques to the owner of the manor. While the owner of the manor touched the photo album, they successfully collected his fingerprints and brought them back to Crack. Another group of information groups responsible for invading the Manor's security system were also quickly cracking the Manor's protection network. They only needed to replace the surveillance images in the Manor with the fixed images they had prepared in advance before they could start the action. All these methods were old tricks left by Ron's men, but when they appeared on a group of antique dealers, they really surprised Ron. "Your strength is almost comparable to that of the CIA," Ron exclaimed. "Wow, thank you for comparing us with top agents," Jack Chen was flattered. Ron waved his hand nonchalantly. "You're welcome. Anyway, the CIA is the second to last in the spy circle, then can I know who is the last one?" Jack Chen asked curiously. "MI6, the whole world knows that the current MI6 is just an IT department that shoots randomly." "Hi. They've got it." Ron looked at the green light on Jack's communicator and said happily, "What should we do now?" "Of course we sneak in." "You're an agent, haven't you sneaked in before?" "Of course we have, but our way of sneaking in is a little different from yours." "Let me ask, how should we sneak in?" Ron was eager to try. "Follow me, rush in as soon as you walk." Jack raised his head and kept observing the situation of the camera through the gaps in the leaves. When the red light on it went out, Jack slid down from the tree like an agile monkey, quickly rushed to the bottom of the villa window, and then climbed in through the window. Ron hurriedly followed. "This is the kitchen." Jack took a piece of bread from the basket and put it in his mouth to take a bite. However, he couldn't bite it and almost broke his teeth. He was so angry that he cursed, "FXXK. Damn baguette, I really don't know how these French guys eat this thing." As we all know, baguette has always been a kind of weapon. It has nothing to do with food. "It's better to eat this." Ron took out 2 sausages from the refrigerator as if he was at home. He ate one and threw one to Jack. They had been hiding in the tree in the Manor for almost a morning and were starving. Ron swore that he would never do such a fuss again unless it was necessary. It would be better to use artillery shells to wash the ground and then pick up what you want from the ruins. Anyway, the animal heads are made of copper and they won't be damaged, right? SHH. We didn't come here to eat. Jack swallowed the food hard and made a whispering gesture to Ron. Ron complained, "It would be more convincing if you wiped the oil off your mouth." "Where are we going now?" "Follow me." Jack pulled Ron along. Jack had already memorized the map of the villa. He pulled Ron from the kitchen to the hall. After nervously looking around the corner to see if there was anyone outside, he quickly rushed up the spiral staircase in the hall to the 2nd floor. At the end of the corridor was his destination, the study. "Did you go through so much trouble to sneak into this Manor just to read books in the library?" Ron was very disappointed when he arrived at the study. "No, you don't understand," Jack explained to Ron while searching in the study. "Rich people like this usually have a secret room in their home to store their most valuable things, that is, a secret collection room. I have seen the architectural drawings of this villa. In the entire villa, only here is enough space for him to use as a secret room, probably at this location. These rich people are really like Jean-Qui jumping into a cesspool, making trouble to death." Jack came to a bookshelf in the study and checked the books and the wall behind the books one by one. When he turned to the second to last row of bookshelves, he pulled it casually, and the thick dictionary was pulled down by him, revealing a small door inside, with a small keyboard on the small door for input. "You really got it right. How do we get in now?" After sneaking in with Jack for so long, Ron actually found a little fun in treasure hunting, and hurriedly urged, wanting to see the treasure inside as soon as possible. However, Jack Chen frowned after taking a look at the keyboard. Not good. He used 3 groups of 46 random combinations of letters. This kind of password will take 2 days to crack even with 8 computers. Chapter 396 Doraemon Ron. "Is it necessary to go through so much trouble?" Ron said in confusion, and took out a small disk. "Just tear off the transparent tape on this side, and then stick it on. In 15 seconds, we will know what is behind the secret room door," Ron said, and was about to tear off the transparent tape. "OMG. What are you thinking? What's the difference between what we do and robbery? We are cultural relic thieves. Do you understand?" Jack Chen was almost driven crazy by Ron's strange ideas. "Oh my god. How can there be an agent who doesn't know how to sneak in? We have to take things away quietly, not let everyone know we are here." Jack Chen lowered his voice and growled at Ron. "Wait. Didn't I just pick you up from the airport? How did you get all these things on the plane? Where did you hide them?" Jack Chen was halfway through his speech when he suddenly realized something was wrong. His eyes gradually became abnormal. When Ron got off the plane, he didn't bring any other luggage except a small suitcase. Although the bomb was not big, it didn't look like it could fit into Ron's pocket. Unless there was only one possibility. Jack Chen had heard that some drug dealers who transported drugs through human bodies could stuff more than 20 bags of drugs in some places. God knows how they did it? But maybe the agents also hid their equipment in the same way? You've already said that I'm an agent, so I have my own ways. Can you please not look so rude? Things are not what you think. Believe it or not, I'll take out a recoilless gun and show it to you in a minute, Ron said unhappily. If you weren't Juan's only living relative, I'd want to blow your head off right now. Jack Chen certainly didn't believe that Ron could pull out a recoilless gun. It's not like he hadn't seen that thing before. It would be strange if it could fit into an asshole. Well, he still thought that Ron hid his equipment somewhere in an indescribable place on his body, but he was very sensible and didn't expose him. Although he was confident in his fists and feet, Ron, who was called the strongest agent in the United States by his uncle, must have some extraordinary qualities, but it was amazing enough to hide his equipment on his body all the time. As soon as Ron saw his eyes, he knew that he would definitely not believe it. In order to prove that he was not the same kind of person as a certain old rogue named Gallagher, Ron had to do something. It seems that living in Europe for too long has made you forget that the United States is the world's #1 technological power. Watch me. Ron reached into his suit jacket, actually opening his pocket space. In Jack Chen's astonished eyes, he actually took out a Swedish Gustav recoilless gun from his pocket. Jack Chen's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. And, Jack Chen screamed out a string of meaningless dialects. Even with Ron's Chinese level, he couldn't tell what dialect this was. Fortunately, he switched back to Mandarin in the end. Are you a magician? How did you do it? This is super high technology that only agents can use. You won't understand even if I tell you. Ron showed a look of disdain. This is the latest agent equipment. You can treat it as a portable equipment bag. Have you seen Doraemon? It's similar to the 4-dimensional pocket inside. Of course, Ron didn't do this in front of Jack Chen just to show off, but he had planned it long ago. As he will face more and more difficulties in the future, maybe one day, he will inevitably expose things related to the system to others, but before that, he at least needs to know what excuse to use to fool people. Now it seems that this statement is surprisingly useful. Jack Chen believes it. The current technology is really amazing. It would be great if we could have one too. I can steal more cultural relics every time. I can retire after a few more times. Don't even think about it. This is top secret black technology. It's not even popular among agents. It's only used by the top agents. Seriously, are you an agent? How did you sneak in without anyone noticing? Although Jack Chen still had a skeptical tone, he couldn't help but show a hint of respect when talking to Ron. I've explained this issue to different people countless times. I don't mind telling you again now. Ron spread his hands helplessly. The dead are the best at keeping secrets in the world. As long as everyone is killed, naturally no one will know that I have been here. What do you think? Haha, you must be kidding, Jack Chen casually perfunctorily said while continuing to carefully observe the bookshelf. Finally, he made a new discovery. Wait. I think I know what's going on. Jack Chen suddenly found a clue on the books arranged in disorder on the bookshelf. He input a discovery that had just flashed into the keyboard as if he had found a treasure. Sure enough, with a click, the door opened. Yes, Ron and Jack Chen high-fived and cheered, but immediately lowered their voices and sneaked in. As Jack Chen expected, there was a storage room about 2 stories high, filled with all kinds of things. So the animal heads are here? Where should we start looking? Don't worry, Jack Chen took a deep breath and started to work. He first opened a few boxes at random. When he opened the second one, he found the brown statue of the rat head, and Ron found the brown statue of the rabbit head in a foam box. Okay. We found it all. Ron, let's go, Jack Chen said excitedly. But Ron looked at the other things in the collection room thoughtfully. Wait a minute, I don't know much about art and antiques. How much do you think the other things in this room are worth? Other things? Jack Chen's eyes lit up immediately after being reminded by Ron. Why do you feel like a thief more than me? Please, if you have to say who is the thief, the owner of this manor is undoubtedly more suitable than us, or it is more appropriate to say that he is a robber. Ron shook his head and denied. I don't remember. The rat head and the rabbit head are French things. More than 100 years ago, when they plundered these precious treasures from an ancient civilized country like robbers, they should have thought that one day, Others would take these things back in the same way. At least we haven't killed him or burned his house down. From this point of view, we are much more kind than the owner of this manor. Jack, do you see anything else valuable here? Of course, but before answering your question, tell me first, how much can your Doraemon pocket hold? Chapter 397 Treasure Hunter. It's definitely not possible to pack up all the things, but it's okay to pick up the most important ones. The key is that we have to take away the most valuable ones. I am very willing to leave the low-value garbage to the robbers of this manor. So, tell me which one to take now. Jack went to look for a pile of paintings in the corner. It's just a pile of garbage. Unfortunately, we don't get big gains every time we make a move. Wait. Do you know what I saw? What? It looks like something in Egyptian style, but I can't recognize the things in the other box. What is that? Any explanation? Ron came to the kitchen cabinet that Jack found, observed it carefully and said, "This is the scepter of the pharaoh and the queen, and that box is the golden eagle box. It contains the Star of Arabia. These are all famous missing cultural relics. If this wasn't the wrong occasion, Jack would have screamed excitedly." Ron scratched his ears. Scepter? Box? Arabian star? Sorry, I don't know much about cultural relics. Are these things valuable? I only care about their prices. Price? Jack exclaimed. These are priceless treasures. If any one of them is circulated, it will cause a great turmoil in the collecting world. There is nothing more valuable than this in the market now, or their value cannot be measured by money. This is also a symbol of status. Oh? Really? Ron opened the kitchen cabinet, picked up the 3 treasures Jack mentioned, and suddenly threw them into the sky. Hey! 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 What are you doing? Jack was about to grab them, but he watched helplessly as the 3 treasures suddenly disappeared before he could get rid of them. Don't worry, they are safe, all in my black technology. Ron raised his wrist and winked at Jack. As long as this watch is still there, they will always be well in the 4-dimensional pocket connected to it. Okay, those are all yours, but this painting must belong to me. This is what I was tasked to find before. I searched for a long time but couldn't find it. I didn't expect it to be here. Van Gogh's Rose. Okay, whatever you want. You can also pick 2 more things that you like. I will help you carry them and return them to you when you go out. Anyway, they were not his things, so Ron was generous. After Jack fumbled among the many collections and finally selected 2 more treasures, Ron walked around the collection room and touched all the things he liked, and the things were put into Ron's space. Hey! You emptied his collection room? No, I left him a little bit. Ron pointed to a pile of paintings in the corner that Jack had disliked at first. They were not even worthy of being displayed, and were just piled there. Bandits don't deserve to have these things. Let's go. You are also the descendant of white bandits, Jack muttered in a low voice. What did you say? Ron turned around. No, nothing. Let's go this way. Jack walked in front of Ron with his familiarity with the terrain. But he didn't expect that when they crossed the hall again and planned to return the same way, they were discovered. In the hall, a man and a woman were checking something. Looking up, they happened to see Ron and Jack. The yellow woman pointed at Jack and said, "You, security. There is a situation here." The white man immediately picked up the intercom and called for support. Ron habitually touched his waist and was about to take out his gun to kill him. Jack quickly pressed Ron's gun down. Teacher Ron, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. Let's run. Ron looked at the white man who was scared and hid behind the woman. He could only run with Jack. While running, he asked, "Is your old lover?" "No, he is the expert who helped us find the whereabouts of the bronze head," Jack said while running wildly. "Wow, there is a dog. Let's run separately." "Don't kill anyone." Jack pushed Ron, and a fork in the road appeared. The 2 ran in different directions. "If it's not your lover, why is he helping you find the whereabouts of the bronze head?" "I don't believe you." Ron shook his head. He was almost at the door, but 2 bodyguards were about to stop him. "If you don't kill people, it's okay to hit people, right?" While talking to himself, just when the 2 bodyguards were about to catch Ron, he suddenly made a mistake and turned his whole body around, just avoiding the 2 hands that were grabbing his body. Not only that, his 2 fists also took advantage of the inertia of the rotation and hit the chins of the 2 bodyguards. Tornado destroyed the parking lot. "He's right there." Ron had just knocked out the 2 bodyguards and ran out of the door. The bodyguards on the other side of the garden, who received the news, had already closed the gate, and a group of people chased Ron. "It's so annoying." Ron ran to the wall, threw a flying claw and hooked it on the wall, and then after a few back and forth, he got rid of the large group of people chasing him, and swaggered to the gathering point to meet with Jack and his group. But compared with Ron, Jack looked much more miserable. Not only were his clothes torn in several places, but even the copper head hanging on his body was missing. "What did you do? How did you get like this?" Ron couldn't help but ask curiously. I was chased by a dog almost all the way, and then I finally flew out of the wall with a paraglider, and met the expert I just met in the manor, and she took one of my copper heads." Jack sat in a chair and panted. "Then how do we get the bronze head back?" asked one of Jack's companions. "It's okay. I've already made an appointment with her to meet at the boathouse. It will be done in a short while," Jack said confidently. Just as he was about to get up and look for the female expert, he was stopped by Ron. "Wait a minute, I haven't asked you what you plan to do with these bronze heads." Before Jack could speak, his outspoken companion answered for him. "Of course we sell them. You know? Someone offered €1,000,000 for each and asked us to look for the bronze heads. If we find the dragon head, we can add another zero to the end. That's the euro. It's more valuable than the US dollar. Well, this is still a good price, but compared with their actual price, I think it's still a little short." Ron pondered his own small treasury and said cautiously, "How about this? I will do business with you. I am willing to bid $2,000,000 for each animal head. If you find a dragon head, I can double the price. How about you sell me everything you find?" We discussed it and accepted your offer. Several people discussed it, and Jack answered for everyone, "But I want to know what you want to do with it. Do you plan to make a profit on the international market by using patriotism?" Ron showed a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. "No, I bought it, of course, to hand it over to the country." Chapter 398 Going Out to Sea. Even though Jack Chen was not a patriot, and even had a mercenary personality, he couldn't help but get a little angry when he heard what Ron said. "Hey, those are our Chinese things. When did they have anything to do with the United States? Are you going to put them in the Metropolitan Museum of Art?" "Of course not. I think the Forbidden City is more suitable for them. I said to hand them over to the place where they should have been. Otherwise, what place do you think I was talking about? Although I am an agent, I am a righteous agent," Ron said righteously. He could only use this excuse, otherwise how to say it? "You can't say that you were a Chinese in your previous life, right? Doraemon's pocket is enough to pull. If you bring up reincarnation, it would be strange if people don't think you are a lunatic." "Ron, you are such a noble person," Jack praised sincerely. "If that's the case, we are also willing to do business with you at the original price, which is €1,000,000 per piece. After all, it's our country's thing. No problem, no one will have trouble with money, unless the person is a fool." Ron agreed happily. "Okay, I'll go to the boathouse now and bring the other animal head back to you." The transaction couldn't be completed immediately. Ron entered the manor with Jack. According to the rules of the underworld, he was entitled to half of all the things, so this time he could only sell Ron one animal head. Jack lost the other animal head himself, so he had to go to the boathouse to get it back. However, what Ron didn't expect was that Jack would be gone for most of the day and didn't come back until almost evening. In addition to the companions who went with him, he also brought back two women. One was the antique expert that Ron had met in the hall, and the other was a French countess. "Would you like to introduce your two new friends to me?" Ron politely went up to Jack and gave him a French kiss on the cheek and asked. "This is Coco, who studied under the famous archaeologist Professor Guan and is now engaged in antique appraisal. This is Catherine, a French count, and this is Ron, an American philanthropist. He is the one who is paying to find the animal heads and plans to donate them back to China. Ron, can you come over and tell me something?" Ron saw Jack's sly smile and immediately realized that something good was going to happen. He immediately apologized to the beauties and followed them. During the time, the one called Catherine even threw a wink at Ron, and Ron smiled and responded. However, he had no interest in Catherine. He had been in the United States for a long time and had come into contact with many white women. Catherine's appearance might be good among ordinary people, but it was definitely the worst among his confidants. On the contrary, he was more interested in Coco. Maybe it was time to add some yellow characters to his harem. But these things can be put aside for now. The most important thing right now is to make money. His memory told him that if he did a good job on this trip, he could not only earn back the money for donating the animal heads, but also make some more money. Guess what I found in the Countess's house? If you find a lot of steel wool in her bedroom, I'm not surprised at all. Rich people like this are always good at playing. No. That's not what I'm talking about. Jack shook his head and said excitedly, I found a chicken head in her house. Okay. You can sell it to me together with a rabbit head you threw away. Congratulations, you've made 2 million euros. Come on, please keep up the good work. Ron quickly filled out a check and handed it to Jack. No, the amount on this check is wrong. I can't take it. Jack looked at the number on the check and pushed the check back. 2 million euros. I'm very sure there is no mistake. Ron looked at the number and frowned. Or you regret it, but it doesn't matter. I can change the number back to $4 million now. Faced with wealth counted in millions, few people can keep their original intentions. Ron was not surprised at all. Originally, this amount was what he agreed to, but he didn't expect that Jack Chen was such a tacky person. From the time he agreed to the time he changed his words, less than a day had passed. No, that's not what I meant, Mr. Cooper. Jack grabbed Ron's pen and took out his phone to show him the photo. Look what I found. He's holding a dragon head. You might need to give me a price for the dragon head. Ron looked at it carefully. According to the book, several Frenchmen were holding various trophies and showing off in front of the camera. One of them was holding a dragon head. You're right, this is the dragon head. The question is, where is it? Is it also in the Countess's house? Ron asked uncertainly. After all, it was a memory from his previous life. It had been too long, and he couldn't remember where the dragon head was. No, I have tried to get her to say that she has never seen the dragon head, so it should not be in her home. Jack shook his head, but she told us a very interesting news. His great-grandfather, who is an officer who came to China to plunder, ran aground on his way back. The dragon head should be on that ship. We can go find that ship. After Jack's reminder, Ron finally remembered that the gold should be in a ship that ran aground on an island. Just as he was about to speak, his arms suddenly softened. He turned around and saw that the new Countess had already hugged Ron's arms. Hey, I heard from them that your name is Ron, right? What are you talking about, Catherine? We are talking about your ancestors. Guess what? Jack said. The Countess winked at Ron without noticing. He promised to help you take your ancestors' bones home. Really? Thank you so much. The Countess was moved and immediately expressed her gratitude with actions. The specific method is to press the whole person against Ron, hug Ron and kiss him hard. Ron rushed to two big and soft things, pushing against his chest, and was fascinated. How could Ron refuse such a good intention? Yes, that's right. Jack just said it was on a stranded ship, right? I am willing to send a boat to help you find it. He did it as he said. That night, Ron slept near the Countess's manor. French women are so unrestrained, and Ron's fighting power, as always, won him respect. He even made the Countess bold and overwhelmed, and took the initiative to help her hook up with another target of Ron, Coco, but the effect was not very good. However, while Ron was busy picking up girls, Jack Chen and his team also took action and moved directly into the Countess's house, and began to look for the whereabouts of the ship from various documents in the collection room and clues in the notes left by the Countess's ancestors. First, they roughly located the position of the ship on a small island in the Pacific Ocean, and then used the oil painting drawn by the Countess's ancestors to 3D model the two arch-shaped islands and reefs in the painting. After finding the same shape on the map, adjust the angle of the island and reef to the same position as in the painting and substitute it into the map. The deserted island opposite is where the ship ran aground. Interestingly, this place is not far from Samoa, and Ron's yacht is just being maintained on Samoa Island. No wonder it can't be found on the map. It turns out that he drew it here. After landing on the island, Jack stood in the direction where the Countess's ancestors drew the painting and compared it with the photo. After drifting on the sea for 3 days, they finally found the place. Ron originally intended to let the ladies wait on the boat, but he couldn't resist the strong curiosity of the two ladies and followed them. You are amazing, the Countess kissed excitedly, but in Ron's opinion, it was just taking advantage of him. Of course, it's all the power of technology, and of course, thanks to Jack's team, Ron hugged one of them. Since Coco found out that Ron really donated the animal heads, her impression of Ron has changed greatly. Except that sometimes Ron and the Countess quarreled too loudly, which made her unable to sleep well. She had already tacitly approved of some of Ron's behaviors. Ron swore that he never made too much noise every time. Those high-pitched shouts almost always came from the Countess's mouth. Of course, Ron was also very happy to hear them. Jack took his team to the island to plant landmarks everywhere and explore the entire island, while Ron accompanied the two beauties and strolled around the island like taking a walk, but this stroll was full of gunpowder. Hey, Catherine, can you be a little quieter at night? It's making me unable to sleep. Coco took the lead in attacking. I'm calling out to the person I like. What's wrong with you? If you don't want to listen, you can wear earplugs, or come and join us, if Ron wants you. The Countess hugged Ron's arm and said in a domineering manner. Look at her. Coco stamped her feet in anger. Ron was caught in the middle. He didn't expect that he would have to go through another sheriff field just to find a treasure on the island, although this sheriff field was his own fault. But Coco stamped her feet, and she didn't know what she stepped on, and her feet slipped and fell backwards. Ron hurriedly reached out to grab her, but he grabbed nothing. Instead, Coco reached out in a panic and grabbed Catherine and fell down together. Ron quickly changed his target to catch Catherine, and this time he did catch her, but Ron also stepped on the thing that Coco just stepped on, which was a banana peel. Ron slipped and fell down with her. FXXK. Ron cursed inwardly, and with the agility of an agent, he quickly grabbed a vine to stop his fall. At this time, Catherine just fell in front of him. Ron had no choice but to let go of his hand and hugged Catherine. Before the two fell again, he used an inverted hook to wrap his legs around the vine. It was just that the hugging posture was a bit awkward, because the situation was urgent, and he was just focused on saving people and didn't pay attention to his posture. Now look at it again. His two hands passed through Catherine's legs like a child peeing, stabilizing her, and Catherine herself also grabbed a vine tightly, not putting all the weight on Ron. Fortunately, the two had already had physical contact, so this action was nothing. Thank you for saving me, Ron. I almost died just now. It was all that woman's fault. Catherine just breathed a sigh of relief, and the vine that Coco grabbed at the beginning also fell off, and she fell again, but this time, she happened to sit on Ron's face. Coco had stopped, but she was still screaming and shaking. Ron was almost suffocated and rolled his eyes. I have been wise all my life. I won't die under a woman's butt, right? Hey. Don't move. Catherine was anxious. You are sitting on my dear's face. Get out of the way. Two completely opposite orders in a row made Coco at a loss for what to do. Fortunately, she finally found that she was no longer falling. She finally calmed down and looked back at Ron, ready to get out of the way, but she didn't expect to be embarrassed again. She really sat on Ron's face. What's more terrible is that she had the intention of competing with Catherine today. In the morning, she saw Catherine wearing a French long skirt, and she went back to the tent to change into a miniskirt, and also changed into a black lace style. When she sat down, she actually exposed the whole skirt to Ron. Coco screamed even louder, and her legs kicked wildly. Ladies, we haven't reached the bottom yet. Don't move. Ron took advantage of Coco's kicking and finally exposed his face, but before he could catch his breath, the vines loosened again under Coco's kicking. Ron only had time to hug Catherine before the three of them fell again. Bang! Before Ron was about to hit the ground, he turned himself upside down and landed on the ground with his back. The huge impact of the two people almost knocked out his internal organs. Fortunately, Catherine didn't seem to be hurt. Ron pulled Catherine up and checked around and found that Coco was gone. Catherine, are you okay? Ron asked with concern. It's okay. Catherine collapsed to the floor with lingering fear. It's okay. I'll go find Coco. Ron settled Catherine and crawled out of the hole he had just fallen into. Only then did he realize that he was standing on the hull of a half-ship. It turned out that it was the hull that Jackie Chan had discovered, and he had discovered it by accident. Ron stamped his feet in disbelief, and the sound of solid wood under his feet once again confirmed his guess. However, the most urgent thing now is to find Coco. He doesn't want casualties in a treasure hunt. Ron jumped onto the side of the boat and looked down from a high place. Finally, he found Coco lying on the deck groaning. Coco, are you okay? Ron ran to help her up. Before she could speak, he immediately found that her left foot was abnormally twisted, which was a sign of dislocation. I feel like my entire left foot has lost sensation, Coco groaned and sat up. Ron quickly pressed her down again. He didn't want to experience the magic sound again before healing her. It's okay, your foot is a little sprained, I'll give you a massage. Ron considerately took off her shoes, revealing a delicate jade foot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Ambiguity and Pirates. The 5 delicate toes were as white and tender as the scallions just emerging from the soil, and the instep was smooth. If it weren't for the strange bending posture now, Ron might have the urge to play with it. There was no way. When it comes to the fineness of the skin, before adulthood, the difference between white and yellow people is not too obvious, but after adulthood, white women will age at a very fast rate. The reason why Ron's confidants are the best is that they don't age that fast, but we must never take individual cases as a general phenomenon. My feet. Ron's cover still failed to successfully block Coco's sight. She still found the abnormal bending of the feet, and the piercing scream almost pierced Ron's eardrum. Calm down, Coco, calm down. Ron took advantage of the gap between Coco's screams and breaths and said quickly, "It's just a dislocation, I can fix it in just 1 minute, really? I won't become a little cripple." Coco's eyes were filled with tears. Ron wiped her tears with his fingers and showed his charming smile. Coco was stunned and forgot the pain for a moment. How is it possible? It's just a minor injury. As long as, crack, Ron took advantage of Coco's inattention and suddenly twisted her foot hard. Coco screamed ah. When Ron hugged her to look at her feet, she found that her feet were fine. But she also realized that her current posture with Ron was very indecent. Ron half-hugged her whole body from the side, one hand supported her back, and the other hand lifted her little feet to show them in front of her. Although her ankle was swollen like a steamed bun, it still did not affect the beauty of other parts. "How is it? Are you okay?" Ron couldn't help but kiss her softly on the face. "Just rest for a few days, and you can walk normally when the swelling goes down. Don't worry, I guarantee as the successor of Moe's boxing that you will not be left with any disability." "Really?" Coco's eyes were filled with tears. After Ron kissed her on the face, she simply leaned her head gently on Ron's shoulder and simply acted like a spoiled child. "But it still hurts a lot, what should I do?" As she said that, Coco actually rubbed her injured little foot on Ron's body, while looking at Ron pitifully. How could Ron bear this? He simply held Coco's little foot and rubbed it gently. "You can massage it yourself, like this." Coco blushed with shyness, and the Countess who was watching next to her was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. They were all old women, but they actually used repeated words when they were acting like a spoiled child. They really didn't care about their face. Just as she was about to explode, Jack Chen and a few others heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing the ambiguous actions of the two, they joked, "Are we here at the wrong time?" "Ah, Jack, you are here." When Coco saw someone coming, she immediately put away her foot and explained in a hurry, "I accidentally sprained it just now, and Ron is helping me with the treatment." "Wow, it's okay, no need to explain. Those who understand will understand." One of Jack's female companions winked at her, leaned close to Coco's ear, and muttered something. Ron only saw Coco's face getting redder and redder. The Countess squeezed into Ron's arms with a face full of resentment. Just as she was about to complain, Ron sealed her mouth with his finger. "Catherine, look at what place this is. It looks like a boat, etc." With its shape and style, the Countess heard, looked around curiously, and then was overjoyed. "Isn't this the indestructible that my ancestors rode on? This wooden deck, and the shells placed over there, it should be correct." Ron looked at Jack. "It seems you have to start work, Jack." On the way here, Ron had already explained everyone's identity. Although Coco still had reservations about Jack and his group of antique dealers, she still accepted them because they honestly cooperated with Ron to hand over the cultural relics. So now Jack and his group no longer have to hide their treasure hunting work from others. This also made her appreciate Ron's noble character. Most of her good impression of Ron came from this. However, before everyone started to explore the indestructible together, a group of uninvited guests also found the indestructible. "Hi. Jack Chen, hello, nice to see you again." A white man in a colorful Hawaiian shirt swaggered out of the bushes, followed by several followers dressed like him, and a group of pirates exuding cold murderous aura. The arrogant tattoos and the loaded guns in their hands all showed that they were not easy to mess with. "My friends, I can't believe you found what I wanted so easily. I don't know how to thank you." Ron's eyes were stern. He remembered that there seemed to be no such part in the movie. When did this villain Frenchman get involved with the pirates? Although his memory was a little fuzzy, Ron was still very sure that in the original movie, this group of Frenchmen were just a group of pure jokes. What's more, when he was still in France, Ron heard Jack say that this Frenchman was called Pierre, the owner of the manor where they stole the animal head. Like Catherine, he was just an ordinary old French aristocrat, and it seemed that he had nothing to do with pirates. He wouldn't have invested money in the venture capital platform in Somalia and become a shareholder of this group of pirates, right? Ron guessed gossipingly. No problem, you're welcome. Since you've found the ship, congratulations, congratulations. Jack Chen put on a smile and came up to congratulate them, secretly gesturing to them from behind, asking them to go first. Then we'll go first. We'll see each other again when we have a chance. Wait, the Frenchman fired a shot into the sky, stopping Jack and the others from running away, and then put the gun to Jack's chin. Give me back everything you stole from me, otherwise. Pierre looked around the island. This place looks good, there's no one else, only us, so even if I kill you, no one will know. What do you think? Then stand over there. Stand in a row. Pierre commanded Ron and the others to stand in a row next to the mast at the back. Ron touched his waist, but changed his mind and gave up the idea of going it alone. If it was just him, even if the other side had more people, he would have the confidence to kill them all, but now it was different. In addition to Jack and his team of 4 people, there were 2 women who had no fighting ability. This was the most fatal thing. The other side had guns in their hands. No matter how capable Ron was, he couldn't take care of everyone, so he could only ask Jack Chen for help. Can you use a gun? While walking backwards, Ron walked to Jack's side and asked in a low voice. Not really, but my people are pretty good at fighting. Then you are responsible for protecting everyone and hiding in the cabin. And I'll take care of these people. Ron nudged Jack with his arm and signaled him to look at the hole on the deck, from which he could jump directly into the cabin. No whispering, the pirate behind him pushed Ron hard. Wait, I didn't see you in the boathouse before. Who are you? Pierre called Ron. When Jack went to the boathouse to find Coco to get another animal head, he had a big fight with him. Everyone was taken to the police station. The 2 sides also had a grudge at that time, but Ron was not there at the time, so he didn't know them. Do you think Jack can steal so many things from your manor by himself? Of course I followed him. Hey. Don't you have surveillance cameras in your manor? I am his accomplice, don't you believe it? I also have the things I stole from your house. I'll show you. Ron was pointed at with a gun, but he was not afraid. Instead, he smiled and came to Pierre, blocking Pierre's sight with his body. Behind him, Jack immediately started to act, and quietly made an appointment with several companions. When Ron waved his hands behind his back, he immediately pressed Coco and Catherine to the ground. At the same moment, Ron suddenly grabbed the Frenchman's pistol, used Pierre as a shield, and threw a stone at the pirates from behind him. Watch out for the grenade. The pirates fell to the ground instantly, and Jack and the others took the opportunity to jump into the cave with the 2 women. Plop! The sound of everyone falling into the cabin was almost the same as the sound of Ron's stone falling to the ground. When the pirates looked again, they realized that they had been fooled. We've been fooled. It's a stone. The pirate leader was furious and immediately raised his hand to shoot at Ron, but Ron was faster than him. As early as the stone was thrown, he had already stuck his head out from behind Pierre. When the pirate leader raised his hand, Ron had already pointed the gun at his head. Bang! There was a bloody hole on the pirate leader's head and he fell backwards. Bah! This broken gun is too jumpy, isn't it? Ron was clearly aiming at the center of the forehead, but the shot hit the pirate leader's head slightly upward. You know, Ron's hands are very strong, and he always holds the gun very steadily. At a distance of about 5 meters, he can definitely hit the target wherever he points. Even so, if the bullet still deviates, there is only one possibility, that is, there is something wrong with the rifling of this gun. Ron looked down and found that what he had just snatched from Pierre was actually an old Tokarev pistol. You know, this type of gun was designed as early as 1951 and was eliminated by the Russian military in 2003. The pistol in his hand that was in the hands of pirates might be the first batch of production, and it might be older than Old George. The rifling was probably worn out long ago. Ron simply loosened his grip and changed the vertical grip to horizontal, and continuously pulled the trigger at the pirates who were about to fire at him. Bang, bang, bang. The jump formed by each bullet caused the muzzle to change slightly, but this change turned into an opportunity that Ron could use, directly allowing the continuous firing of bullets to shoot in a fan shape. suppressing the pirates behind a bunker. Seeing this, Pierre was very anxious. He never thought that there would be a master who could use a gun to such a high level in any treasure-stealing gang. He immediately shouted anxiously, "Go and catch his companion." Use his companion to threaten him. "Help. I'm going to die, I won't dare to do it again." Pierre was halfway through shouting when he suddenly screamed. It turned out that Ron saw that he was not honest and shot him in the leg. He immediately screamed in pain while holding his injured leg. Ron was relieved, but this happened to be the last bullet in his gun. The Makarov pistol only had a capacity of 8 rounds, which could not withstand Ron's tossing, and the pirates knew this very well. After hearing Ron's 8th shot, a brave pirate holding an AK rifle of the same age immediately showed his head from behind a rock. Seeing this, Ron simply did not retreat but advanced. He pushed Pierre forward with force. At a distance of about 5 meters, he was pushed onto the pirate. Seeing this, the pirate quickly used his gun to push Pierre away. But just as he pushed away Pierre and pulled the trigger, Ron followed closely behind him, holding the muzzle of the AK rifle and pulling it towards the pirate behind the bunker on the other side. The bullets in the pirate's gun immediately became the death warrant of his companions. FXXK. It's burning me to death. When the bullets were all fired and no one in the pirate group was left alive, Ron quickly let go of the muzzle of the gun and shook his palm vigorously in pain. Just a moment later, the barrel of the gun burned a row of blisters on his palm. Seeing this, the pirate simply threw away the gun and wanted to fight Ron. He touched his waist and saw another dagger stabbed Ron's neck, while Ron only had one hand left. However, he forgot that although Ron only had one hand left, his 2 feet were fine. Ron saw the opportunity to lower his head and let the dagger pass. He got into the middle door of the pirate's gang and pushed his knee upward. The pirate's face, which was originally determined to win, immediately turned purple. He didn't even resist when Ron took the dagger from him. Ron stabbed him in the neck with his knife. At this point, all the pirates who came to cause trouble were dealt with by Ron alone, leaving only Pierre, who was scared to death, staring at Ron blankly. Where did this killer come from? Are you okay? Jack Chen saw that there was no gunshot for a long time and poked his head out of the hole in the cabin. Of course, Ron grimaced in pain, but still pretended to be calm. He hid his injured hand behind his back and threw Pierre by the collar to Jack. There's only one survivor left. What did he say just now? This place looks good. Even if I kill you, no one will know, right? Ron suddenly put his face close to Pierre and said with a smile. Please, don't kill me. I have a lot of money. I can give you any ransom you want. Pierre was scared to death. I don't care. I'll leave this guy to you. I'll go down to see Coco. Ron handed Pierre to Jack's companion and walked down the cabin. Of course, going to see Coco was just an excuse. In fact, he was going to find the medicine box to treat the wound on his hand. But he didn't expect that Coco would hobble up from behind when he opened the medicine box. When Ron turned around, he met Coco's concerned eyes. Your hand is injured, right? It's nothing serious. In my job, this kind of minor injury is common. Ron wanted to hide his hand behind him, but Coco pulled it out and touched it with her finger distressedly. Ron hissed softly. But it only hurt for a moment, and he immediately felt itchy. Ron lowered his head, and Coco actually licked his palm gently like a kitten. Recommended book: Getting the Indestructible Talent at the Beginning. Traveling through the martial arts world, Sunju awakens the system, and gets the indestructible talent at the beginning, and can also strengthen martial arts. Luhan Fist plus Subduing Tiger Fist equals Subduing Tiger. Luhan Fist 18 Dragon Subduing Palms plus Iron Shirt equals Dragon Roar. Iron Shirt. Sunju, others have to work hard to practice, but I can crush them with my talent. System, upgrade me. Chapter 400, the supervillain appears. Boss, forgive me for disturbing your vacation. In one of the lowest neighborhoods in Los Angeles, in a Williamsburg restaurant, Mason, who was disguised as a black cleaner and whose real face was almost unrecognizable, sat opposite Ron, who was also slightly disguised. The disguise was so good that even Max, who had just helped him order food, did not realize that the old man she was serving was actually Ron, who had spent countless passionate nights with her. She even joked when she passed by Caroline, "Hey, Caroline, look at that handsome old man, he looks like Ron. I dare say that's what Ron looks like when he's old. Do you want to take a picture and send it to Ron?" Of course, Caroline twisted her waist and took a picture with her mobile phone when she passed by the two people and sent it to Ron immediately. Ding dong. Ron picked up the phone, and on it was the photo that Caroline had just taken of him, with a sentence attached, "How is it? Does he look like you?" Ron casually replied to a message and raised his head. "It's okay. If I have to apologize, it's me who told you that you spent almost the entire Christmas undercover." Ron's treasure hunt was going very smoothly. Jack not only helped him find 2 more animal heads on the sunken ship, but also used a metal detector to find the gold that Ron had been thinking about, a full 9 tons. Even if he split half with Jack, there would still be a lot of gold left after paying for Ron's purchase of the animal heads. In other words, this trip not only did not lose money, but made a lot of money. However, just when he was about to enjoy some time with his 2 new confidants, he received a message from Mason. There was new progress in Fort Detrick, so Ron had to come back early. "It's okay. The Christmas turkey in Fort Detrick tastes pretty good. At least it's much better than the nursing home I lived in before. It's just that there are fewer sexy nurses. You know, all nursing homes use old-fashioned TVs. When the nurses change channels, they bend down and show their sexy hips. Boss, do you want to know which nursing home in California has the hottest nurses? I have to say that Mason is really old but not old at heart." Ron doesn't know if he can maintain the optimistic attitude of Joe Mason when he gets old. But this is not the focus of today's meeting. "Okay, before I go to the nursing home, I will definitely come to consult you for advice, but before that, you have to tell me what you saw there? Why are you so anxious to meet me?" Ron whispered. "I saw this." Mason lifted his clothes, took out a photo from his pocket and stuffed it into Ron's hand. Ron took a look at it and quickly crumpled it into a ball and held it in his hand. Although he only took a look, it was enough. It was a photo of a wall inside the base. Anyone who had a little understanding of the world would be familiar with the emblem on the wall. It was a triangle composed of a compass and a ruler. In the middle of the triangle, there was a cold eye, as if watching everything in the world. "Freemasonry." Ron was surprised and said, "So that place has always been the territory of Freemasonry? I really don't understand why Freemasonry would have the idea of destroying the world. Aren't those damn vampires satisfied with just making money?" "I think you may have misunderstood something, boss." Mason obviously knew more about Freemasonry than Ron. Seeing Ron gesture to continue, he continued, "Boss. Although Freemasonry is all-powerful in the world, except for that magical land in the East, they are not united internally. Even Freemasonry in Europe and the United States still has serious differences on some issues. In most cases, they are divided into different factions based on various interests, such as the financial faction on Wall Street, the oil faction headed by the Rockefeller family, and so on. They each control departments and corresponding politicians that are in line with their own interests. This group of troublemakers is one of them, but it's just the most radical group. The Skull and Bones group at Yale University is one of their activists. I have come into contact with some of their people before, but I didn't expect it to be them this time." Ron came to his senses after hearing Mason's words. He began to understand why Mycroft acted so strangely in London. It was obvious that he was also a moderate, but in order to get votes from the radicals, he had to pretend to be ignorant of what was happening. Ron continued to ask, "It sounds like you know them, of course." Mason unfolded the photo from Ron's hand, pointed to the eyes in the middle and said to Ron, "Look at this place. This is not an ordinary eye, but a cobra pattern. Boss, the people stationed in Fort Detrick are not regular American soldiers, but Cobra people." "Cobra? The name sounds familiar. They belong to Adine's army. It was the people who had a conflict with you some time ago, boss. Although Adine is only one of the many factions of Freemasonry, they are more powerful than you can imagine." Mason seemed a little helpless when he said this. "The one who planned to launch the terrorist attack with the snowflake virus is from Adine. They want to create a new evolution of mankind, so they want to kill half of the people on the earth. Bobby, the drug tycoon who mixed the virus into the drugs and planned to control the government, is from Adine. She has been providing funding for Adine. Valentine, who controls about half of the world's communication services and plans to blow up everyone's heads with mobile phone chips, is also from Adine. He is the former president of R&D of Adine. Sapphire, who failed to use Deckard Shaw to compete for the Sky Eye system and used Toretto to steal the nuclear submarine, is also from them. She is Adine's special operations officer. Even the top government officials are full of their people." "No, that's not what I'm talking about." Ron thought for a while, showing a look of sudden enlightenment. "I just remembered that it seems that this is not the first time I have heard this name. My brother-in-law seems to have mentioned it to me once a few years ago. He and his comrades were attacked by a group of soldiers wearing Cobra logos on the battlefield in Afghanistan. If the support had not arrived in time, they would have been almost wiped out. It seems that we are old enemies. Ron said it with ease, but he was not at all relaxed in his heart, because in the official information of Fort Detrick, it was still listed as a part of the U.S. military. If it was said that there were Cobra people everywhere, it only meant one thing, that even the U.S. military was infiltrated by them like a sieve. Adding what Mason just said, Aideen was a stronger opponent than Ron expected. Boss, with all due respect, if you plan to attack them, you must act as soon as possible, Mason said worriedly. Why? What did you find in that base? They also hid a copy of the snowflake virus there. Ron's heart moved. Yes, and no. According to the information, it should be a failed version of the snowflake virus before, a pneumonia virus. Yes, that's it. Ron dared to guarantee that it must be something that would cause a major world crisis in the future. As long as he destroyed it, Ron could complete the feat of saving the world, although strictly speaking, he had already completed this feat several times. But the reason I suggest you act quickly is not that. In fact, at the same time that the U.S. troops were replaced by Cobra's men, a group of new scientists also moved into the base. They are developing a new weapon called nanoworms. Next, with every word Mason said, Ron's brows furrowed a little more. By the time Mason finished speaking, his brows were no different from those of a real old man even without makeup. Well, it seems that the opponent we are facing is really too powerful. Maybe we should form a new organization to deal with it. Let's call it the Special Forces for now. Fortunately, our funds are sufficient, so we don't have to worry about money for the time being, but I need helpers who volunteer to join this plan. I don't want to force others on this matter. Mason, are you willing to continue to fight this behemoth with me and save the world together? Ron stretched out his hand to Mason and looked at him sincerely. Mason shook Ron's hand without hesitation. As you wish, boss. If it is to save the world, I think I can delay my retirement for a few more years. After that, the two smiled at each other and stood up and left together. No one touched the food on the plate, but only put an oversized tip under the plate. Caroline. Look what this is. Max was surprised and took the money to Caroline. OMG. It's $100 bill. Oh my god, how long have I not seen such a large denomination of bills? If it wasn't in your hand, I would have almost forgotten that there are $100 bills. Caroline snatched Max's money and rubbed it back and forth on her face intoxicatedly. Who are those two old men? Are they rich people who come to the slums to experience life? Max, next time they come, can you let them sit in my section? I haven't had a manicure for a long time. Don't even think about it. In Sheldon's apartment in Pasadena, the four scientists were all present, sitting upright on the sofa, each of them staring at the computer screen nervously, not daring to blink. Sheldon raised one hand and began to tell the time. Countdown 60 seconds. Finally, it's this critical moment. I'm so nervous that stomach acid is about to flow into my throat. Leonard was so excited that he could hardly breathe. He quickly took the asthma medicine and took a deep breath. Don't let down your guard at this moment, Leonard, or I'll slap your glasses off your face. Ron was walking back while planning how to build this new organization. As he told Mason, his special operations team has always had sufficient funds. Adding a new organization to the original personnel structure costs almost nothing, but the most expensive part is the funds invested in scientific research. It's not the first or second time that he has dealt with Aideen. The other party has all kinds of black technology equipment emerging one after another, and the only reliable equipment Ron has now is the power armor. Even the drone has been imitated by the companies that emerged later, and basically has no technical advantages. So in order to fight against Aideen, it is necessary to increase the investment in scientific research funds, but can such an investment be handled with the income that only relies on tax interception? Ron asked a question in his mind. He just walked and opened the door, just in time to hear Sheldon's countdown. What are you doing? Launching a satellite? Why don't you do this at NASA? We are trying to get tickets for the Comic-Con. Do you know the San Diego Comic-Con? The tickets are so popular that almost all the comic fans in the world will come to participate. The tickets will be snapped up as soon as they are released, but as long as one of us squeezes into the server, everyone can. Leonard stuttered, and he took another big sip of asthma medicine. Oh my god, this is not the time to explain. Pay attention. Leonard, Sheldon glared at Leonard in dissatisfaction. San Diego Comic-Con? This is indeed interesting, but I just happened to be delayed every time it was held before. Please help me book an extra ticket later, and I will go with you. Ron took a bottle of Coke from the refrigerator and sat next to him. It will take a while for the new organization to come up with a result, so why not relax with everyone first? Sheldon announced the time again. Count down to 30 seconds. OMG. I kind of need to pee, Rajesh said nervously. Sheldon was extremely disgusted. Every year I ask you to wear diapers but every year you don't. I told you, I will get a rash. 15 seconds left. Howard took over Sheldon's timekeeping work. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, it's on sale. Howard's countdown ended, and the four of them pressed the refresh button together, over and over again, just to enter the ticket purchase interface. The tense atmosphere instantly reminded Ron of the scene of grabbing tickets during the spring festival in his previous life, which was exactly the same as now. How is it? Did anyone grab it? Ron asked curiously. No, Sheldon had expected this situation a long time ago, and immediately responded quickly and commanded, remember to keep pressing F5 to refresh the page? I refresh. 5 minutes later, Leonard finally achieved results. I refresh, wait. I squeezed in. Yeah, everyone put down their computers and cheered together. What's your ticket number? Ron also walked behind Leonard. Number 15,211. Leonard looked at the screen, and now there are only tickets for Sunday. Tisk. Sunday is the worst day, there are not many people. Sheldon pouted and complained, most of the interviews worth watching have ended, and the theme t-shirts are only small in XXXXXL. Before Sheldon finished complaining, Leonard brought bad news again. Wait, now the tickets for Sunday are sold out. No. I love Sunday so much, Sheldon wailed. So, all the tickets are sold out? Ron asked, taking a sip of Coke. Yet, I can't believe we can't go to the comic exhibition. Howard sat down on the sofa in a daze. It's okay, there is another comic exhibition in Anaheim. We can go to the comic exhibition over there. I'll excuse you. Sheldon wanted to comfort his companions, but halfway through, he choked up and couldn't speak, and ran to the side to cry. You are so pathetic. Ron shook his head, drank the Coke and stood up. Who of you wants to come with me and attend the comic convention as a Marvel staff member? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.